Yeah, really affects the kids.
All right, we're live. We're live, commissioners.
Okay, welcome to the May 11th meeting of the Board of Raleigh County Commissioners. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do you have any public comment? Okay, well, let's go to commission comments. Commissioner McKinley.
Well, after our meeting Monday, we had the groundbreaking for the North County ambulance facility. Since then, I've received a large number of comments, various in-person emails, a lot of things about thanking us for getting that project going. It's good to hear positive reinforcements.
And they really got it going quick. First day they could.
Yeah,
I was impressed.
Yeah, it was really going at it already. Tuesday, I was on In Focus on K-Man. Russell, I brought along Russell Stuckey to talk about severe weather and fire department, and it was a timely update on severe. He was while we were there, he had his phone out checking on stuff. You can see this storm, that storm developing out about Norton. He was putting them, was giving us minute by minute updates. It was interesting. And he also discussed some of the fire department stuff, the new stations and recruitment. And then I talked about the groundbreaking, some budgets, and then some stuff that had been coming up on the small act projects, those turning lanes. Tuesday evening, went to McCain to see that menopause musical. I wasn't sure what to expect, but it was very fun. It was
Heard it.
it was very strange. Wednesday, I went to the Flint Hills Veterans Coalition. And of course, the starting plans for the Veterans Day Parade, but they had a presentation from the Kansas Veterans Cemetery out by the airport regarding, he was going over who is eligible and what services they offer for everyone, which was a good discussion for everyone there, I think. And then they also discussed that the Fort Riley museums are reopening June 13th after being closed for almost 3 years. I'll get everything back in line there. And then this group's one of their other big things is they give out scholarships to veterans that are attending K-State, MCC, or Man Tech each year. And they've always just said, oh yeah, we gave this year. They brought them in, all the scholarship owners brought them to the meeting, introduce themselves and talk about what their plans, why they were going back to school. It's good to actually see them and hear the students. It was interesting. Several have been in this service, either in the Guard or the Army. They got out, they wanted to go to college, and they're planning on going back in once they get their degree to change what they were doing in the
Interesting.
yeah, it was an interesting meeting. And that's what I had.
And Commissioner Ford.
Yeah, Monday afternoon post meeting, I too attended the groundbreaking ceremony in Leonardville for the North County ambulance facility. After a year's plus worth of planning and development, it's comforting to see the facility come into fruition. And yeah, they were getting after it. We were talking about maybe hopping in one of the bulldozers and helping them out a little bit, move it along. But no, they're doing good. I thought the turnout too was really good. We kind of did that kind of spur of the moment, wasn't planned long term. So have as many people and many entities out there, I thought was really, really good. Really looking forward to the completion of September, and I'm sure the area is really looking forward to seeing it come up and become operational. So I think somebody had pointed out that they were appreciative of the people that are working. I think it was you up there currently on the 2 12-hour shifts, just to fill in until we can get there. So I wanted to
First respond.
I wanted to put in a plug for them. Hopefully they'll stay and just move over to that facility, and all will work out. Also on Monday, I had a phone call with a constituent up in the Madison Township, and I'm thinking that that's your district or no? You know, it's kind of right there on that cusp. And the individuals probably talked to all of us at some point in time, but had a conversation on the county township discussion that we've been referenced to and had earlier here in the year. And it was a good conversation. Gentleman wasn't in favor or against it, just pointing out some things and just wanted to provide some backdrop and just some personal information from a township perspective.
I want a township.
Yes, yeah.
I've talked.
Yeah, and like I said, it was a really good conversation. In fact, he mentioned a few things that were, I think, actually really to discuss along the way there as well. And like I said, it gave me a couple of different things to kind of take into consideration as that conversation comes and goes moving down the road, pun intended there, or actually pun intended. So yeah, glad we had that conversation. Yeah, Tuesday was kind of interesting, say the least. I'm glad you're kind of here, Lori.
I'm kind of here, you're right.
I came in so quick and there still just seems to be some real confusion on what we're doing with sirens these days. I think, and I spoke to Russell on this too, but I think as Kansans, we hear a siren, we think tornado. That's just been embedded into most of us, and not realizing a siren has some other very useful things to it. And apparently Fort Riley shouted off one of their sirens, but it didn't go off in another area, and people could hear it in Ogden, but didn't hear theirs. And I don't know what the solution is. Maybe better pre-education when we have severe weather events, i.e. today, letting people know that those sirens go off in strategic areas, and just because you don't hear it in Manhattan and there might be a tornado in Riley, you're not going to hear it here. And if it's 70-mile-an-hour winds or inch hail, is that right, or above, you're sounding it for people that are outside that may not be in an area where their phone's working or other, communication devices are working. And somebody who can wordsmith and put that together, better than I can should probably do that. But that's one of the ways we're going to have to do that, or else I've probably had at least 8 people from work alone the last 2 days ask me about it. So I explained to them how I can explain to them, but we're going to have to figure that one out at some point in time. So, but very, very happy for the rain. Probably could have not have dealt with the hail necessarily. I ran right into that one, but thank gosh it was only about pea size by the time but it came down for a good 5 minutes plus in town anyway. So I got 2 3/4 inches over the Northview area. Very grateful for that. We could use maybe that much more. And we had a couple of days, just rain. Okay.
I'll put it in the order.
Okay. Much obliged. Much obliged.
Earlier, that's what we need to do.
Yeah. I'll quit washing my truck now. I'll just call Lori and say, put in the order.
Nobody hired Mother Nature.
Careful, you may get a lot of people from Western Kansas calling you here in the next couple of days too.
Yeah.
They did.
Some places.
Buddy of mine,
North part, Hayes didn't get in.
Yeah.
they got hail though. A buddy of mine was traveling back home and they had a little over golf ball size, and it was a weird, almost not fully round hail. So it hit part of the atmosphere and then hit the other part of the atmosphere and unfroze and then refroze and hit the ground. So shows you how unstable the atmosphere is at the moment. So moving on. Wednesday morning, I listened in on a part of a KDOT webinar on safe streets and roads for all. Federal funds that are coming and going to be available through the state. This is something when I say we, I'm talking Jared Tremblay from the NPO and Angela Shanine from the city of Ogden are looking at as a possible way to fill in some gaps to help the city of Ogden. There'll be some follow-up conversations throughout the summer. We're also looking at maybe trying to package, and it's a better chance of getting these funds, some other county-related road projects, particularly maybe with the other smaller cities. And I don't know if you're aware of anything that's going on. If so, send it my way and we can loop that in there. The chance of getting these funds are pretty good. They're somewhat matching funds. So the more projects that you have, the less the entities, it doesn't sound right, but the less the entities will have to actually individually match if you package it up all together. So that's something we're going to look at moving forward. Also yesterday afternoon, I met with David Adams and Russell Stuckey to discuss the Riley County Public Safety Headquarters. I know we're gonna have that conversation later on this morning, so I won't go into too much detail, but had some concerns with some of the proposed changes and just some things, just some general input. I just wanted to get some feedback on. Still have some concerns about several of those changes, but like I said, we'll have that conversation this morning and we'll figure out what direction to go. And then lastly, I want to give a thanks to WIBW once again for highlighting the fire district on the Salute the Heroes segment. And in particular, the volunteers who've been making things happen. They mentioned in the video, it's been a tough year this year, and it has, but I'd also mentioned that it was a pretty tough year last year. And they continue to go at it and get things done, and very grateful for that. And the fact that we haven't had any severe loss of property, no injuries that I'm aware of, and definitely no fatalities in the last couple of years with some of those fires is amazing. And so grateful for everybody, grateful for their work and efforts, and thankful for WIBW taking a moment to highlight that. And I always like to highlight that when our people are looked at very favorably. So, and with that, that's all I've got this morning.
Okay. Well, Monday, after our lengthy meeting, I participated in the groundbreaking ceremony of the new North County ambulance location in Leonardville. There was a good turnout of local people and the press. Groundwork was really progressing that day. And they were getting a lot of dirt moved and leveled. So when I left, it was pretty level with the first layer. So that was great. Look forward to seeing that come out of the ground real soon. Tuesday, I had several appointments that were postponed due to the incoming weather, but I was able to get in a little landscaping, a little planting, which didn't work too good, but I did go to a 1 o'clock meeting of our meal coordinators at my church. It was cut short because of the storm. It didn't seem to want to leave. And I just said, hey, I've been getting all these warnings. Everybody get out of here. But I did make it home before the hailstorm, and we didn't hit my house because I think it hit the southwest corner of town before anybody else. Came out of the church and I'm seeing the shear and all this. I was, oh no.
Yeah.
So
I took some video out at once as it was coming in. I was right underneath it.
yeah, it was pretty scary looking. And then the clouds that were in this area were really full, and it was just, oh my goodness, we should have done that time ago. Anyway, then later, after everything cleared up, I went back to the church for a personnel support meeting of some business before breaking for the summer. I think it was really neat. Wednesday, spent the afternoon here in the office going over meeting materials for the day. That would take, 3 days to go through everything in detail.
No worries. I have nothing I can say to you about that.
It's not broken. We're good.
John dropped a month later.
And also met with David Adams, came in and looked at public safety headquarters project that we'll be discussing later. So it's quite eye-opening. A lot of different discussions to be had. And that's all I had. Yeah.
First time we have need a motion to approve deploying the mobile command post vehicle on Eagle for the 4th of July celebration.
Very standard stuff. Nothing different.
We've probably done it for a decade now.
Right, yeah.
It's been a while.
Do we take it over? Do they come?
We take it over to them and park it
Oh,
and then monitor it for any equipment that failures or anything that may need done on site, so. Pretty standard.
yeah, I know, been last couple of years.
Yeah, it's a good celebration. Good for the city of Wamego. Go ahead and make a motion to deploy the mobile command post vehicle to Wamego for the 4th of July celebration.
I'll
So
second.
Boomtown.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve deploying the mobile command post vehicle to Wamego for the 4th July 4th celebration. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Need a motion to accept the quote for one precast concrete box culvert from McPherson Concrete, the amount of $29,261.34 from the Public Works budget.
Question on that. Is that gonna be kind of a standard price for more culverts coming down the road or?
Depends on the size.
Okay,
He's getting ready to put another together that's 10 by 8.
uh-huh,
We're guessing it's gonna be a little over 30 something.
okay.
I think it's the size.
Just looking at that, and I know, budget and timing of budgets are always an issue, but is there a discount for buying a few of them in bulk if we know we're gonna use them or?
Only maybe if they were all the same size.
Okay. He's insinuating all ours aren't all the same size.
It just depends on the creek and where we need to. The replacement needs to happen.
Well, just move the creek, it's all good.
Okay, I don't have that much power.
Oh, wow.
Not be afraid if I did.
Watch
You should be afraid.
Mother
of
Nature.
Lori can make it rain, so maybe we need to move forward to Public Works Department and move creeks.
I'm not a fool.
Okay, I was just curious on that. It was just something popped in my mind when I was looking at it.
That and we're mindful of the budget. Line item.
Sure.
So, yeah, no, not typically can we find all of them at the same time, at the same time.
Okay. I'll go with the one that we have then. I'll go ahead and move to accept the quote for one precast concrete box culvert from McPherson Concrete.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to accept the quote for one precast concrete box culvert from McPherson Concrete. All in favor?
Aye.
Joint city county meeting commissioners has topic St. Louis Regional Electric Vehicles Readiness Plan. Does commissioners have anything else they would like to add or?
I'm kind of wondering if I think that's Jared from the MPO that's doing
It
that.
is
But
Jared Tremblay.
yeah, I want to see if maybe we can put that off maybe till July. With budget and everything else that we're working on, it's a little much at the moment.
Yeah.
Any consensus with the board?
Yes.
Okay.
So cancel this one.
Yeah, or just move it, see if we can move it to July and I'll.
Yeah, you cancel this meeting.
Yes,
so there's-
yeah. And I think the city's kind of starting to work on theirs too, so.
Yep.
Okay,
No problem.
I'll email Jared later and tell him, ask him if we can move it.
We can ask.
Okay.
Commissioners, have any changes to the minutes?
With that said, then I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes from the May 8th, 2023 meeting of the Riley County Commission as written.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the Raleigh County Commission minutes from May 8th as written. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No tentative agendas with the commissioners. Did free up your afternoon on Monday.
Yeah, is that all of the budget hearings through the 18th?
That I don't know. I haven't checked. Your kitchen will be cold on that one. I
Okay,
believe so. We only had one item. No, I know it's not because I've got to do mine on the 18th, so.
but I mean, after the 18th.
Oh, yeah, I think so. Well, no, there's one where I know Community Corrections. Community Corrections is working on theirs. They just asked me about it yesterday and we're gonna schedule them out like 22nd because they got some fine tuning they need to do on those.
Okay, in terms
But
of
the bulk of them are done. Will
Okay.
be done on the 18th.
outside agencies?
Kitchen, hold on this, Commissioner Ford.
Well, I'm just looking at that and it looks,
They should all be done by the 22nd.
okay.
Yeah, there's a bunch of outside agencies at the next meeting.
Yeah, I saw that,
So,
but
yeah,
it just seems light.
and a couple new ones.
Okay,
Well, it was the time in public to bring up what we were talking about, what I suggested.
yeah, I actually have a couple of things on that, yeah. And that's why I wanted to cancel the joint city meeting, because these are long days. I mean, I think last year we did it in June, actually, so.
Did what in June
Didn't we have the budget hearings in June, early June last year?
with the individual
Mhm.
presentations? No, it wasn't that late.
Okay.
No, we always do them in May.
I think mine was early.
Yeah,
Might have got pushed back. Well, we had a timing issue last year. Mhm.
Okay. And that's fine. I'm just, you gotta get them done, but yeah, I was just looking through Mondays, today's, and then the two tentative agendas, and it just,
We always try to have them done before we get the valuation to you, which we should have the valuation. The assessed value, the value of the mill around the 1st of June, the middle of June.
Right.
So we always try to have these done, and we're kind of waiting on that last piece for you commissioners to really see where your revenue is gonna be.
right.
So we always try to have all of this part done prior to that.
Well,
You have a better picture.
what I was suggesting is that we put a hiatus on the monthly reports from our department heads until after the budget hearings, all the budget hearings are over, and give them a little break, and us, a lot of times when they come in here, we hear from them and what they've been doing anyway, so it seems, or any outside agencies, just put them on.
Or could we spread them out instead of trying to do them all in 2 weeks, which
Yeah.
seems to be the,
All the budget hearings,
yeah.
yeah, it's whatever.
Just-
It's something that would have been nice to have planned prior to having it all
Well,
scheduled now.
I think,
Not this year.
we're talking next, yeah.
Yeah.
Year.
And I think the other thing is when you come in for those, whether it's departmental or whether it's outside agency, it needs to be just to talk about budget. What your number is, why you need that, what you're using it for. I don't know that I need a year-end review or, all the highlights, all the other stuff. That's why even with the outside agencies, they're supposed to come in at least once a quarter and do that already.
Mhm.
That time is leveraged for that instead of for this. So when you come in for budget, it needs to be specifically about budget because time's valuable. It's just valuable. And then this discussion needs to be focused and centered just on that.
Yeah, it gets to be brain fatigue after a while. Towards the end of the meeting, I mean, you're just the last person just to go, oh. Yeah, and it's really confusing. Well, it's confusing. I mean,
And I think that narrative needs to be given because I think it's safe to say we've got a couple of new agencies that haven't presented a budget before. And I've had several of them reach out and actually ask me what process they should use. Providing those types of narratives for everybody, whether you've been here done this for 20 years or whether it's your first time would be good. And that's planning for next year. If it's too late to do it for this.
And those new ones, I'm sure would want you to have more time to explain to the commissioners, and then you gotta remember. It's something that's fluid, because then when we get new commissioners, they want to hear more about something they've never heard about before, and so.
well, and yeah.
Then in that particular instance, it should be up to the agency to find time to come and do that separately anyway.
Which, once again, takes up more time, which you're trying to avoid.
Or they can.
Not during budget, it's not. Budget needs to be about budget. It needs to be about numbers and services and that's the part that we need to hear to develop a budget. I think that's the part the community and the press and the media needs to hear as we're developing that. Not the ins and outs of everything and everything you do throughout the year. That can be done at a different time. And you're right, that's time consuming too, but budget needs to be about budget. It's the most important thing we do.
Yeah, and they can provide written reports of all they've done too, that we can read and rather than in the public hearing.
You're nodding like a bobblehead, but I'm just, and for the record, at least for the next 2 budgets, this commission's gonna be in place. So I'm just saying.
That's right.
True.
No. No, you're stuck with me a little bit longer than that, unfortunately.
It's a fact.
Yeah.
It's a fact.
We can do that.
The ones that are coming
Keep
up.
it strictly to budget,
Yeah, I think that was
Yeah.
us.
do that.
And yeah, outside of that, tentative agendas are great.
And budget fatigue doesn't come necessarily from age. So,
It can be a
We
little,
haven't seen budget fatigue. We've had special days just for budget. We have
Yeah.
not had budget fatigue yet.
We start putting them all together.
We've had to have special days, sessions just for budget hearings, not county commission days, Mondays, Thursdays. But yeah. This is easy compared to what we've gone to.
it doesn't bother me that we have a couple of long afternoons to do this to get them
Yeah.
done. But
It should be budget.
It should just be budget.
Good topic, because it directly relates to how your staff feels on doing their daily jobs too. Something to think about.
I don't mind the monthly updates. In fact, I would tell you, most of our monthly updates are actually a lot more in depth than I can remember them being. And that's fine. That's great. That's not an issue, but
No, I'm talking health and commission's talking about fatigue and doing the position,
Sure,
daily staff, not just department heads, feel that too,
sure,
is my point.
sure.
And I had a nod from one department head that was here.
So much stuff, so much information. So much paper.
Mr. Cox is up at 9 o'clock.
We don't have any press conference topics.
No, if you do, let me know. Do you have any press conference topics for next Monday? That we can get them. Probably get on there about the filing, the election.
yeah, that's fine.
And we'll come in. Right?
Not today yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Had one yesterday, in the city.
Are you talking about the Mr. Rodriguez?
Uh-huh.
Ralph, I think Raphael.
No.
I didn't either. I didn't either.
Military,
They said he was a very quiet gentleman.
Sorry.
Live.
I was gonna say. You may hear the news this morning with they have, this, they said before that the county attorney's been even more diligent about charging people for reckless fires.
Uh-huh.
One coming up today.
Yeah,
oh, yeah,
that was on the news. Yeah. That individual was in our office, regarding the upcoming city commission race.
This thing, on Monday afternoon, we had a quorum for the Riley City Commission.
really?
At our-
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And then Tuesday night, they didn't have a meeting because they couldn't have a quorum because there were too many conflicts.
At Riley?
No, for the, for the groundbreaking.
Yeah.
The mayor and 3 commissioners. And then Tuesday night, they canceled the meeting because there's so many,
Everybody was worn out for Monday.
there's only 2 people that are gonna make it.
I think Jan said something about that when we were there. I said, no, I think that.
As usual, no one's filed for any positions yet. Small towns and everything.
Yeah. Basically takes 2 votes or something and you get in.
Like I said, once you get in there, it's hard to get out.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to go out and recruit, don't you?
Yeah, I've tried that and with no success. I had. Couple times when I was on there, I was trying to recruit some more people. You know, and people that I thought would be good, but we're not in this. I was thinking about that. One of them, Lane, she had little kids and little kids was growing. This was years ago. Didn't have that, so I'm sure she can find another excuse. Getting close.
What are they working on over there?
I don't know, I hear that.
It was there on Monday too. thought they were done with all the road work over here in this area.
Let's go on Fort
Fort Riley.
Riley Boulevard.
Oh, who knows?
They're really tearing things up.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
Action joint, I think my understanding was we know that when they're done that, we're gonna move to the inside. Do that one.
Oh, they're working back the other direction this time, that's right.
They're breaking out concrete on the backside of this building. You're like a new entrance, we're gonna pour new concrete.
Oh,
Where the barber shop was, the next shop over.
oh,
Got a jackhammer running.
there'll be something going on.
Good morning, commissioners. Craig Cox, deputy county counselor. Just to give you a few updates as to things I'm working on right now. And this is the second week of May. And as time progresses between now and the end of September, I will be becoming smaller and smaller, and Shelley will be becoming, larger and larger. That's
One way to describe
it.
Okay.
As I speak right now, I am dedicated to getting an appellate brief written in the Kilmer case. That's the property on North Highway 24 that we've been working on since 2017. Mr. Kilmer filed an appeal from the decision that one is that his house location is not ag, so we can apply zoning codes and regulations to it. And that's basically the appeal. He appealed that decision. So my brief due date is June 10th. And so I got a third extension for that. And so I'm not gonna, I won't even try to ask for a fourth, trust me, with the Supreme Court, so, or the Court of Appeals, so, I'm gonna meet that deadline, that's what I'm working on right now. The other thing there's a couple more things I wanted to talk about. I think all of you were contacted in the last few days by, Mr. Taylor. No, just John.
Just me?
Just John.
I suggest you contact all of you.
He contacted all sorts of county officials and non-county officials. The history of Mr. Taylor's project is that there was a city-county staff meeting along with his engineer, Jeff Hancock, last October. He wants to, the property across the highway from Public Works and the master plan is zoned industrial commercial, and he wants to put a commercial industrial park there. Now, I don't know how many acres he wants. Bob will have to, that's part of the problem we have right now, but he's gonna take, Bob will do the plat, and then we have to talk about, well, staff's talking about what the city is taking care of the sewer up there. We had a meeting in October. We discussed a lot of different aspects of this project with the city. I took 2.5 pages of notes, and going back and look at my notes when Mr. Hancock called me last week, and I had no recollection of this project. I had no notes that county staff was to take any immediate action or anything. And Jeff Hancock called me and said, "Hey, what's the status of this?" I'm going, "I don't even know what you're talking about." And the more we talked, I got this vague memory, and I called planning development. They had no notes. Well, luckily we found the file in our office, and I had my two pages of notes. So Mr. Taylor was upset last week that nothing had happened since October. And so we put together the city county staff meeting again on Tuesday afternoon. And again, had a very good meeting and made some definitive decisions, though we still have to bring Mr. Taylor into the process because he makes the final decision because it's going to be his project up there. And so we aren't going to go with a interlocal agreement to the city sewer because that's pretty complicated. And you got any kind of interlocal, you got to send to the Attorney General's office, and they have 90 days to review it. And so the city and the county both agreed that we're going to go with a service agreement. It's what we did with Fairmont Heights. There will be a service agreement that this area can connect to city sewer at the same lift station that Public Works is connecting to out there right now. And then any individual property owner within that sewer district will create a sewer district. Will do an outside city service agreement, and there'll be an individual customer of the city of Manhattan. But so there's paperwork to do and some really development decisions that Mr. Taylor needs to give us. And so we ended that meeting on Tuesday that the county is going to set up a meeting with Mr. Taylor and his engineer, Mr. Hancock, and we'll sit down so we can start getting some input from Mr. Taylor and how he wants to do some of these things. So that project should be moving forward on a steady step now, and just to keep the commission always, up to date. Shelley will be handling that project from this point forward, because it's going to be a long-term project going beyond my retirement date. The end of September. The other thing I just wanted to give the commission a heads up on is that you took some action last Thursday on the High Plains Ranch Road assessment process. You approved the notice, and the notice was published in the paper on Tuesday. The same date we mailed out individual assessment notices with assessment information to each of the 9 property owners. Again, that letter also gave the date and time of the assessment hearing, which is May 25 at 10:20. And so we're all set up in that assessment process to have that assessment hearing on May 25. Mary Carter, the bond counsel, has really orchestrated this process, because the result of the assessment process will eventually be a general obligation bond for those people that don't want to pay their assessment amount, which is about $18,000. They don't want to pay that in full up front, then they can pay that over time. And she has the timetable to get that general obligation bond in place. So do you have any questions about that? Okay. I don't know. I think the letters went out Tuesday. I mean, all the mail goes to Kansas City and comes back to Manhattan, so they may be getting their letter today or tomorrow. And so our office will keep you informed as to any input we get from the property owners. Usually those notices generate some calls to our office, and I'll try to keep the commission advised as to what we can expect maybe at the assessment hearing. Usually there are some people that are pleased and other people not so pleased. So and the ones we've done in the past. I guess in a way I should defer to Commissioner Folke on the next item, which is the Keats project. But we're still working on trying to locate property for a lagoon. That's probably the best and most concise way that I can explain. I'm working with Commissioner Folke in trying to get that process done. And so that's still where we're at. We're approaching property owners to see if we can find someone interested in giving us a location for the lagoon. So we'll keep you advised on that. Finally, my last topic is that I just wanted to get back with the commission on the dreaded topic of animal control. And it breaks down into 2 components here. One is really animal control, and the other one is the animal shelter. And so I don't need a decision today. I'll come back to you later, probably next week. But I just wanted to place in your mind is that my thought about animal control and the resolution we had looked at from the meetings we have with the city. It's my recommendation that we move forward on that new resolution and get it adopted, because the one we have from 1988 is just horribly out of date for the times, and the newer version that we're looking at will really serve the county well for many years into the future. So I think we should move forward on that. That's, again, no decision today. I'll do an official call and we can talk about that, hopefully next week. The other project that's been in the background is that over the years, the city has approached us about the animal shelter. And so actually I went back to my file and we had exchanged some drafts of an animal shelter agreement, setting out our responsibilities and their responsibilities and that sort of thing. So I'm going to go ahead and revive that. I won't do both of them the same day. Talk about budget blur, animal work too. So, but that'll be something I'll bring to you in the next few weeks is a proposed agreement with the city on the animal shelter. I think we ought to take a look at that from the past discussions we just recently had. I mean, is the commission okay with both of those concepts? I mean, I'll follow any input you want to give me.
Does it bring any movement on that, or I haven't seen any new communication from the city on that?
Not on the animal control officers movement, no,
Or the shelter or anything, I know they're talking about.
I don't know, I mean,
It's not a dead issue. That's all I'm gonna tell you. I don't,
yeah,
maybe for this budget cycle, maybe that's a moot point at this point, but
yeah, I don't know.
the resolution, yeah, I definitely think we need to bring that up and get that finalized. I'm of the opinion that our contract for service needs to be on a per case basis. I don't know how
You
that,
mean for the animal shelter?
correct, right, and I don't know how that incorporates into what was already discussed and what was already there, but I don't think we're spending $60,000 a year on that, nor do we need to. And I don't need to budget a line item specifically for that. I think it needs to be a per case basis and then based off of whatever the price is for those services rendered in each one of those cases.
I'll bring you
Send it to
something.
Bill and we pay it.
I'll bring you something that with that direction.
Okay,
Yeah. And then I don't know if.
is that everybody else's thought on that? Okay.
I don't know if Director Pete has in his last report to the commission brought up the animal control officer situation.
Just other than what was already discussed. That, they would need 7 people and approximately a $364,000 and some change dollar budget to accomplish that per year.
Yeah, and they were still discussing outsourcing the shelter.
I don't know where the city is on that part, but interestingly enough, the person that can answer that question is on our agenda later.
Yeah,
So, but it all, if we're looking at it as a per use fee, if we can get a history of how much it's been used, if they can give us straight answers this time.
Yeah. I mean, again, I'll work on that. I mean, that's more in the initial stages, that agreement, that the animal shelter than the animal control one. So
I think it does
I'll
make
get
sense
started
to
on
have
that.
a vision and a focus in
Idea.
mind of
Right.
what our expectation is of that first. And I get where the city gets a little frustrated and confused by that. I can understand that. And then develop a contract that works with, what our needs are and what services are available and what can be provided in a per case basis.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rick. Commissioners at 9:20, Judge Grant Bannister. Be able to judge, it won't start till 9:20.
Okay.
You can sit there and listen to the soothing sounds of a jackhammer.
I'll wait for it.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Not yours. What you do? I think you can like that. Full stack, but like- Right, Darryl? All right. So far. Yeah. $2. You know, in high school?
Yeah.
I'm there. We used to have dance.
My grade was last year. That's right. But I didn't have you on stage.
Yeah, it's all.
Yes.
Well, I would have got some kind of discount.
Oh, man, I have a bunch of stuff.
Is this, okay, because a lot of it's cat, I don't know, you want to start with the cat, I'm getting this back and stuff, but I can't, I had one sheet. I was.
Here, I'll,
You.
Yeah, I'll-
What's yours?
Yeah. We're all killing paper this morning, aren't we? Get this paper to me. Yeah, no, you know what your sheet was?
What, and back of that. Summary, this one. So find an extra one of those.
Oh, okay.
That's pretty cool. Oh, okay, in the middle of your stuff.
I think, compare, looks like the same thing other than color. You probably printed it at the location.
Oh, yeah. When I saw this in there and I thought, oh, somebody, it's in the middle of the stack. So I thought,
It's funny, it printed them both at the same time in the.
in a stack and then
Yeah.
kept doing your other stuff.
Oh, yeah. Is that 14? Yeah. Sure.
There's one door that doesn't still around. Is there a little still?
You still do the performance right now.
Yeah.
I go for a while.
It's the spiders. We transport.
Rachel, I think. Yeah. He was. She'd have that. Could be around here for the summer or? Working out there. That sounds good to me. When. Okay.
There's a pile there. Printer.
Oh, is that?
No, well, now, you know, sort of through it, because I had friends and stuff, and you're.
Couldn't find it for a while and it was in.
Hi, Judge, how are you? Haven't seen you for a while. So you will see me Monday morning at 10:30. I got my tax sale judgment set with you that morning.
Mine, I had one sheet,
Yeah.
he had a whole stack.
A few more months left. A few more months.
And then.
Well, I mean, the sale will be June 23rd.
Right, I was referring to your tenure here.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah, yeah, my last day will be September 29th.
Do that. So,
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
okay, so it turned out.
And then I should come in and right behind. Oh, yeah.
So I was,
He might not be feeling well still.
no, I was,
That gets you moving, doesn't it?
yeah, I got me moving a little faster than I usually do in the morning.
I hate that.
Yeah. Like I say, like I said, I'm usually late.
You'll get
Few
that
minutes
tax sale.
before the alarm goes off. Yeah, it's awesome, lay there for a minute.
Yeah, yeah.
It's past 35. They're not looking out, but, yeah, he tried it sometime.
Run like a smooth.
Usually it's about 6, right? Usually it's always 5.
Every tax sale.
Ready, Beth?
Old person. We have all.
Judge, you ready?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Morning, Madam Chairwoman, Commissioners, Mr. Vargo. Again, Judge Grant Bannister, on behalf of the Raleigh County Judiciary presentation this morning. I know it's right on the screen in front of you, but nonetheless, I'll start with one of the main points that I try to remind you of every year. And that is that our employees are state of Kansas, through the Office of Judicial Administration. No budgeting from the county in respect to that. Under the law, all the counties have the responsibility for facilities of the court, and the operating budget. Typically, our budget's pretty flat year to year, and it certainly has been the 2 prior years. This year, the increase is attributable to primarily one item, but I'll go ahead and identify the 3 items that moved the most. We have a copier machine that's been on its last leg for quite a while. Moved from the clerk's office to the court services, which is probation office, to try to stretch in there a couple years out of it a while back, but at this point, the repair costs are becoming more than what it makes sense to get the new one and get it replaced and have the liability. So that's a little under 5,000, which constitutes most of the bottom line increase in our budget. The other 1 or 2 might draw your attention to would be our court reporters machines. It's on a software model, requires subscriptions or updating. That's an additional increase. And then finally, the last few years, we had minimized our requests for travel. Certainly during the pandemic, had not needed it, and reverted back to where we were prior to that, to be able to fulfill those responsibilities and obligations. Otherwise, you don't need me to go through line item by line item, but happy to answer any questions or concerns or explanations that would be useful. And I will briefly state, again, Lana Nichols, my prior court administrator, retired in March, as you know. Kathy Oliver, my court clerk, was hired from field candidates to replace her and is now in that court administrator position. And my administrative assistants also accompanying us this morning, Angela and Lindsay.
From my perspective, that's pretty straightforward and to the point, just kind of how I like it.
Concur.
Okay.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time and your continued support of our operations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Mike. You have Shiloh Hager at 9:30. A little bit of time, Shiloh.
Can I chat with you for just a sec? Okay.
Hey, Craig. Yeah, good. Okay, good. Always is. That rain and warm weather really helped things pop out of the ground in my garden, squash and cucumber. It's proud of.
I got some of my stuff hit my hail.
Oh, really? Yeah.
That's where it's a big equation.
Heard the weekend. Me neither. The fair looked at it last night.
Yeah, I need, like, there's more than yesterday, but after all that rain.
I just got 2 eggplants I need to plant. I forgot all about eggplants. My dad reminded me yesterday. What's
I
that?
haven't done my veggies yet.
Yeah, all my veggies are in except for 2 eggplants. So.
Like gravity, but you can get beans, I gotta get.
Beans are low, don't they?
Got my beans down in, if they haven't come up with it, I might have to plant them again. And my peas are the same way.
Yeah, no, these are coming pretty well, especially that very green.
Oh, eggplant's hard to grow.
Easy, very easy.
Yeah, nothing really eats them either.
Yeah, I do get some bugs on them. I gotta spray them for bugs on the leaves, not the.
Yeah.
Fruit, the vegetable itself, but the leaves.
I had a father-in-law. He was an old farmer that moved into town and small town of Greenleaf, and he wound up having about 6 gardens all over town because he just had to, and he's the only person I ever saw that grew cauliflower,
Oh, yeah.
you know, and
I like drugs, the darn green worms.
Everybody trying to do stuff with cauliflower instead of cauliflower, pizza, cauliflower pie crust.
I think you can get cauliflower bread now.
Yes. No, people can. I mean, okay.
Hey, I like raw cauliflower with
I do like-
a lot of dip on it.
Yeah, I can do that. That's about my threshold.
That's my extent too, yeah.
You know, spending that year, one of them's going like crazy, the other one occasionally shit. But he never, right.
You disappeared when you came.
One of them's going like crazy.
Plants are huge this year.
It's going crazy.
Yeah, last year I had a great asparagus crop. We're not this year.
No.
We were gonna be going, but now we're not.
Oh, you're not gonna go to Columbia?
I have a good
Oh,
printout with
The
extension.
apartment's not available yet.
okay.
It's a long.
First thing, Greg.
I've been kind of looking for a
Did you do as well?
substitute request, but I hadn't seen one.
He asks me every time.
It's gonna be here.
So I can tell you the first.
Well, good.
You're gonna get.
He's invaluable.
It's a Tokyo.
Oh, yeah, I know. We're gonna be the first safety team to do that.
We got a tour.
There's some back
At the parish council.
side.
You ought to drive by the church. I mean, since last night, all those pews are out in the parking lot. Have you seen that?
Well, Monday, they started tearing us before.
That really does affect them.
Even the cushions were still on. So I said, once it starts raining, that's gonna be some.
Water probably not a week in-
I wanted to buy one.
I didn't carry buckets.
You know, even the short one, you know how heavy they'd be?
Then they'll breathe.
Yeah.
Hate to try to move it.
Yeah, ready, Catherine?
Good morning, Commissioners. Shiloh Hager, Riley County Treasurer with the April revenue report. So the month of April ended with a balance in the general fund of 26,197,736.51. We still have a balance of just over 14 million in the ARPA fund. Total liabilities and or total fund balance is 93,228,810.31. You can see here in our tax holding funds, we're just over 21 million. Second half taxes are coming in pretty steadily. Expecting some pretty big mail days probably today and tomorrow to wrap up at least the majority of those second half tax payments that were due yesterday. Our interest income through the end of April is $816,093.04. We have 210,285.62 of interest that has been earned on the money sitting in the ARPA account. We had an active rate, or the rate on the active checking account was 4.96%. And we did one of our CD bids for the month of April was 4.87%. We ended the month of April with 787,327.10 of revenue in the general fund. That's 16.75% over what was budgeted for the month of April. And year to date, we are right now at 8.77% over what we had budgeted in total revenues in the general fund. You can see some of the areas that we had picked up some extra. Sales tax came in higher than normal. Obviously interest, investment income is also was higher than what was originally budgeted. And year to date, we have collected 55.69% of the total revenues for the general fund. The sales tax for that Riley County retained for the month of April in the half-cent sales tax was $152,999.52. This is or no, sorry, that was the road bridge, $170,747.53. That's just under 11% increase over that amount from last year at this time. And in the new road and bridge sales tax fund, we deposited $197,885.43. And our total collections for what we received is $368,632.96. Which is just over that 300,000 that we budgeted for the month. Year to date, we have budgeted 42.91% of budgeted sales tax, and that it represents 9.57% over budget. And so year to date, general fund sales tax is at 7.95% higher than what it was in April of 22. And obviously, once again, this is not going to be apples to apples. The road and bridge sales tax is going to show year to date just a little bit lower because of the way that is allocated. And here is the total breakdown of how the total sales tax dollars are distributed within the small cities and Riley County. Any questions about any of that? I feel like I went really fast today.
No, you've just done it a whole bunch.
When it's all positive, it's easy to go fast.
There you go. There you go. I'm not getting beat up. So any Any, no questions on any of that? All right. Then I will move on to my next fund request. Guess what? I jinxed myself, so I have had a resignation of a front counter person. So I'm here today to ask for the ability to go out for advertising to fill that customer service rep one position. I think we've had this conversation several times. It's just very important for me to keep that front counter staffed as in order to be able to help the public, especially when we're coming up now to these summer months, seems to be when our busiest times are with renewals, vacations, that kind of thing. So pretty straightforward.
This is gonna continue to be a challenge. We've got two of these on our agenda today in two different departments. We're gonna have to look at something down the road differently. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. And I think part of it in my office, I'll just say, my office is, it's a hard job dealing with the public every day and with taxes, and it's not always something that everybody's built for. And I don't know, you could probably pay a lot more and you still might not get the right people who want that kind of work. So I feel like I said, the last time I was here, we had more applicants than we'd ever had when we were filling this last position. And we had several that we could choose from. So I feel that we're on the right track as far as where the salary rate is. I just think it's a hard job, and think they get into it and realize that you have to deal with a lot of different personalities on a daily basis. So
That may be the specifics from your office.
yes,
And I don't
I'm not
disagree with
speaking for
you.
anybody else.
We're seeing this in other departments too, where these entry-level type positions keep turning over and turning over and turning over, and I'm sorry, we just can't keep kind of ignoring that specific factors. There's something we've got to do different along the way. And I'm not saying that I'm against filling this position today, but we're going to keep revisiting this over and over again. It's not a solid way of going about things, particularly because it is front-ended and it is customer service.
Mhm.
So I don't know what that answer is, but collectively, we've got to figure something out on it
I
moving
just
forward.
think there's a different attitude right now. I mean, people, it used to be you got a job and stay, and nobody does that. Everybody's always, try this and then try that and move around.
Mhm.
And that may be the case, but we've got to figure out how to maintain that a little bit better for our own organization. And I don't have an answer for that, and I'm not of that mindset myself. So, but it's something that we've got to collectively come up with an answer for.
So is this, it's not the salary, is it? Or is it just the tensions and the?
I mean, I can't really speak necessarily to this particular employee is taking another position that felt that it bettered them a little bit, their career, what they're wanting in their career. And so I do have a lot of longevity in my office.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
unfortunately, it's just not at that
Right.
entry level position. That's the one that keeps.
That's what we're seeing
rotating.
across broad lines. So while you explain, I think pretty much in good depth what it is specifically in your office and the challenges there are challenges in other departments with the same thing and might be a little bit different, but there's a common denominator.
And believe me, I would like to get some of those to stay longer so that they would be eligible to
Yeah.
move up, because I will have some retirements in the next few years. So I really do need to develop those entry level people so that, there is room for growth. But right now it's just not happening.
Okay. Yeah. We haven't changed anything in terms of the position description itself, right, Michelle? Okay. Yeah, I think so. I don't know if that,
And I'll say, like, Shiloh said, on their last. Opening, I mean, they had probably 70 applications come through. Yeah, so they have, I mean, there's a significant amount of people still looking. For those jobs, and you know, Shiloh, like she said, her position is a little
Mm.
harder because it's a little more complex. Where, you know, when you hear John later, his entry levels, because people are moving up in the company, it's not because they're leaving the entry level job, they're actually growing within Riley County, so.
And that typically has been what happened in the past is they would start in our office and then would move to another department within the county. Which, you know, I don't begrudge anybody for wanting to, you know, take on a better opportunity, but, you know, it hurts.
You might be able to find one in John's department.
I'm looking for one too.
Yours hasn't gotten approved yet.
actually technically none of them have yet.
Well, there's not in that business minute.
Okay. Well, I think we need to take a holistic approach on those entry level positions moving forward at some point in time and really dive in and see what it is. If we're missing something in there and there are common
Yeah.
denominators, and that's the point I'm trying to make.
Well, you do exit interviews, right?
Typically, Elizabeth tries to get with an employee and talk with them, or they talk to a department head, or the department supervisor.
I wonder if there's a common thread in these.
And we have, something, Elizabeth has something on her list for the employee that is leaving.
Okay.
To do that.
And it might be a good thing to try.
And we're also implementing an exit survey.
Yeah, it would be good to see if there, like I said, a common thread.
Yeah, so.
Is something to cause this, so. Do we have all this?
Yeah, you get to it. You go ahead and go and make a motion to approve the filling of the customer service rep one position in the county treasurer's office.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to fill the customer service rep one position in the county treasurer's office. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much, commissioners. Have a great day today.
You too.
Okay.
Commissioner Jason Smith at 9:45.
Would y'all prefer that we're on at 9:45 for an update at 10 o'clock for budget request? Just do those separate items or roll them together?
Well, they're back to back on the agenda, but for the budget, we need to try to keep it at 10 o'clock.
Put it on the time, yeah, take people looking in.
What, can I plug it in or do I need to have?
I don't know
What else?
Oh, you would need to, yeah, well. Scroll down or whatever, I don't,
He has a junk drive.
oh,
We might need Corey or somebody.
No, I think it's down below
I'm
there.
just to do that.
Yeah, it's just down there, just plug it in. What people do.
And then if you go down to a corner there, it should read and pop up.
Yeah, it's pretty small, isn't it? Full presentation, it's not small.
I don't think I'm gonna make this slide, but we're gonna try.
Slides are for the 10 o'clock, so
Okay.
if it's okay to have them up now, is that okay?
John?
Chairwoman Fogarty, Commissioners, thank you for having us this morning. I'm Darren Solden, Director of Economic Development at the Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce. Jason Smith, Christian Bishop for joining me as well. We'll start off with an update on some economic development activities and as I mentioned last month, when we were here, let Christian have a chance to come up and talk a little bit, give an official introduction. I know she's had the opportunity to meet, I think, with all of, at least connect with all of you. In this role, the new role, she's serving at the chamber, but have her talk a little bit about some of the activities going on in military relations. I'm going to touch on a couple of things related to entrepreneurship and then a couple items related to workforce development. So first off, on the entrepreneurship front, the Kansas Department of Commerce here a couple of weeks ago announced their round 2 base grant awards, and the city of Manhattan had made an application working with a number of partners within the entrepreneurial ecosystem for some space in Aggieville in the parking garage for an entrepreneurial center, and that was awarded, not awarded the full amount that was requested, but we're part of that group that involved in that process that's now kind of going back and figuring out how to put that project together. Ultimately, from the chamber and from our economic development standpoint, as entrepreneurship and innovation are two of our 4 key strategies within economic development, along with jobs and talent. Believe that centralizing, and this comes out of the Regional Reimagined study back in 2018. So this is directly, the idea that there's an opportunity for an entrepreneurial hub in a walkable campus adjacent district, that there's a need to bring all of the entrepreneurial resources together and be community focused from one place as opposed to making people bounce around. So we believe that this concept can accomplish that, and are excited working with partners like Kansas State University Innovation Partners, Small Business Development Center, Black Entrepreneurs in Flint Hills, other groups that there's going to be an ability to take a lot of these Spark Manhattan. There's the ability to take a lot of these resources, put them physically in a space, and so that if someone's looking to start a business, if someone's looking to grow a business, if someone's trying to get better connected within the entrepreneurial ecosystem, instead of bouncing around to different offices, they can go one place, get resourced. And then that also provides a venue for doing classes and educational opportunities and things like that. A lot of these programs are already going. Spark is running some Kaufman-based programming that's getting really good usage. But as far as having a singular location that is really the community-facing hub of entrepreneurship, that's going to provide a great opportunity down there. So keep an eye out for that to continue to progress. From a funding standpoint for entrepreneurs, I mentioned this, I believe, the last couple of months as well, but we believe that there are some gaps that exist within an overall investment continuum. And so if you're an early stage business looking to grow, needing access to capital, that's what we hear over and over from our partners, both locally, regionally, statewide, is that access to capital is a key priority for small businesses. We've seen some other communities that have gone out and done some programs, sometimes in conjunction with partners like Network Kansas. There's various different ways that's been funded. Lawrence has done some things with some ARPA dollars. Topeka does it as part of their some of their sales tax monies that go into economic development. They also have a CDFI that they do some things through for entrepreneurs. We've looked at all those different models, and working with Network Kansas have put together a concept for a local revolving loan fund, and are in the process of trying to capitalize and get the dollars to seed that fund. And so there's going to be an app next week through the Manhattan City Commission for some city dollars. Starting with a $250,000 commitment, and the anticipation would be to go back each of the next 2 years, so a total of 3 $250,000 commitments for $750,000 total. That could be loaned to small businesses and in early stage or growth phases. And so this is probably $15,000 or less loans. They have to be matched by 50% by owner investment, but they're not necessarily requiring bank investment and otherwise. So there are other sources too. K-State Innovation Partners has gave an initial approval and pending some final approval from their board for some dollars to go into that. We believe there's opportunities through foundational funds, Kaufman Foundation. At the federal level, EDA has programs where they can capitalize revolving loan funds for these kinds of purposes. So we'll continue to track those down and do the appropriate grant applications and work to get more money into that. On the workforce development side, Be some good news coming out later this morning. Fortunately, timing doesn't quite work out to be able to talk about it quite yet. But the federal resources that are going to be pointed in our region's direction for some workforce development in a very specific industries, but some industries that we're seeing some growth in, and with NBAF and some other projects, I think are going to be really, really impactful. So strong regional team that's been working on that, and it's going to be exciting to see where that benefit that that'll have as far as being able to locally or regionally train folks within some very specific industries. Also workforce related, I had efforts continue. There'll be a couple major grant applications going in at the state level related to childcare and building out additional childcare capacity. The childcare incubator, business incubator concept that I mentioned previously, those will be going in here in May. And then there was also a childcare provider appreciation event held on April 30th out at Liquid Art Winery. That event went really well, and childcare providers represented from across Riley County, Potawatomi County, and Fort Riley, and had a great crowd and really a great event. That's what good coverage there. Chance to highlight childcare as a profession and show some appreciation to the professionals that are working in that field. And then lastly, on the workforce front, just going to give a heads up, obviously relevant to the county, but also relevant to a lot of employers around the region. The chamber is, along with some other partners, is leading a summer internship program. So this is something that's new for us within our talent and workforce initiatives. But I will believe that as students, college students, and they're not all college students. I've learned this last year, but as folks are doing hosting interns in the Manhattan, Riley County, Potawatomi County region over the summer, that the more that we can engage them with the business community, the more we can engage them with young professionals, the greater the likelihood that ultimately they may choose this area in this region as a landing spot post-college. So we know that a lot of interns that are in this area in the summertime are K-State students, but it's a different experience and a different community in some ways over the summer than it is during the school year. So that opportunity to engage them, leverage some of our existing young professionals programming. We've got some kind of intern specific professional development programming and some networking opportunities planned for them. But so any companies that have interns over the summer, obviously county interns in any departments over the summer that would like to get involved, contact Amber Wilhelm in our office, or keep an eye out for the our chamber weekly update. Has a link in there. We can click on the link and then enter contact information, get some more information on that program. That'll kick off here the first week of June. So looking forward to running that program and run for a couple of months over the summer with weekly events for those interns. So so with that, I'm going to hand it over to Christian Bishop. Christian is our new military relations manager. We're excited to have her on as part of the team. This was a great get for the chamber and a great get for our military relations program. And again, I know that many of you have familiarity with Christian from past roles, or she's done a nice job of reaching out and doing some engagement already. But she's hitting the ground running, and really we couldn't be more pleased to have her on as part of our teams. Christian.
Good morning. As some of you guys know, my name is Christian Bishop, and I'm the new military relations manager. So just kind of overview, the vision is to ensure for the military relations is to ensure that the soldiers' families and veterans, either while they're stationed here, deployed, or retire, are integrated and part of the community. And another big thing is, while the Army has started to change their mission and allow soldiers to have their select their duty stations, continue to share the story of why they should come to Fort Riley and stay in Manhattan. So just a couple of things, updates that I have been doing is sensing sessions. So as I've talked to some of you at different events, reaching out to Ogden to see how we can better integrate the military and provide some quality of life there. Sustainment Brigade, we've had some sensing sessions with their leadership on how they can get more involved in Manhattan and the Flint Hills community. And then another initiative that we started is, if you're not familiar, the Adopt a School program. So all of the battalions and brigades are attached to a school. So really just working with soldiers and families to get more engaged in the schools, but also, have that partnership and collaboration. Just a little updates for you guys. First Brigade in DeVarty returned home in February. So this was an exciting time. This was the first time that division had been together for over 24 months. As you know, they've had elements forward in the Eastern Rotation Mission. So now they are back. And for those that were able to join us for the May MRC, it was great to see General Myers home. Another thing, Second Brigade is continuing in the Eastern Rotation, and they are expected to come home around middle of Thanksgiving time, Christmas time. And then potentially CAB has not been given any official orders, but are continuing their training missions. And then the last update for you guys is it is PCS season. So we should be seeing an influx about 2,200 soldiers and families leaving the area, but also coming to the area. And June, the museum is opening. So I will turn it over.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Christian. And I believe the joint June MRC,
It is officially Wednesday, 8 o'clock,
Wednesday, the
14th.
of June. So that's going to be the joint event between the Junction City Erie County Group and our Military Relations Committee, which will be on post and celebrating breakfast on post.
It's on post celebrating Victory Week. So it is a week-long celebration to celebrate the 1st Infantry Division and the history of 1ID. So.
Very good. All right. Well, again, appreciate the opportunity to come give our update and next on the agenda, but happy to answer any questions in the interim.
Base grants that were applied for other things, did they come through, not come through?
No, so I know that there was, we were involved in an application for some funding that would have supported business park expansion.
Mhm.
And that was not one of the applications that was approved and awarded. That does not mean we're stopping on that effort. In fact, we've got some meetings coming up here over the next couple of weeks, looking at some additional EDA opportunities for some federal funds, and we'll continue to push forward with that effort.
Okay.
Yeah, so
And you said,
we'll have an update. We'll probably circle around with an update maybe next month, if not before, on kind of where all that's shaking out.
okay, and you said the base grant for the entrepreneurial center wasn't funded in full.
Correct. And so they're going back and kind of looking at the architecture and engineering for that and determining, with final use and the space needs and everything else, where that can be, that side of it can be impacted as far as the cost side, and then obviously looking at some other funding sources as well. Help meet that down.
Any other questions?
Childcare, favorite subject. The only way I see it eventually getting resolved is employers are gonna have to step up. I mean, you have a great facility that's at 50% use in K-State's facility. Problem is staffing.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I understand the incubator and the concept, and that's a startup, but long term, I mean, it's the same as all issues. It's about money. If people can make money at it, and you're paying people well enough to want a job in that, they will do it.
Yeah,
So what's the long-term solution other than that?
so part of this whole effort with the accelerator is to engage the business community to be part of it. And so you have sort of a core space that and group that can kind of lead the effort in the community, that we've already started the dialogue about how we then can engage the business community to either be more involved in just funding the programming, or maybe, having a set number of spots that you're paying in advance for. There's a variety of ways to do that. There are actually some tax credits at the state level that we can look at. Not a lot, it's competitive, but that is phase 2 kind of this project. Is if we get the space, we get the programming set. And another thing that, as we talk about the accelerator, there will be services that we'll provide for the people in the accelerator but that also can be provided to any childcare facility. And so there's been discussions about, does it make sense for the childcare facilities in the community to all come together and buy their food in bulk? And are there savings that can do that? The hospital has talked about, we're happy to come in and help do the menus for the week. And to some of the childcare providers, they've said, that's one of our biggest challenges, just figuring out what to make and you know, what to buy to make that. And so there's a lot of ways that we think we can, out of this accelerator, we can also provide some cost savings for the providers in the community as well. So yeah, it's expensive, and part of the issue is figuring out how to lower costs, but also raise the salary of the providers, because what we pay childcare providers is quite frankly abysmal. And you know, considering that they're taking care of our children. I think somebody pointed out to me when we started this process that the average salary of a childcare provider is lower than the average salary of a somebody that works with animals, like a kennel worker. So you know, that obviously that's not apples to apples, but it just highlights how low the salary is, and people don't want to stay in it. So we're hopeful that this helps some of that.
But you're gonna have to do businesses in it long term, because the tax credits are temporary. And that's what I'm
100%.
saying, that long term, and we're actually, you know, we're working on it here within the county, and I think those employers that step up and do that will become employers of choice for young families.
So if you think about it already, and it's none of this is until it all gets done, but we are, I mean, Ascension has already stepped up and said, we'll provide a site. We can provide a nutritionist, we can, you know, work with you on maybe even helping cook some things. And so there's number one right there. That's a sizable contribution to the project. We're getting support letters from, I think, businesses around the region that say, you know, we're happy to work with you on this. It'll be a 501c3, so there's some opportunities there for some philanthropy. The community foundation has been a major player. Obviously, they're the grant applicant, and so they have said that they're on board to make sure this happens. And so you're 100% right. And can't all be done with government funds to make it work. There's got to be a lot of private funds to put it too.
I think there's some things through the health department that would be of great assistance and value to both organizations, and just the process in general.
Yeah, so Natalie Gordon and Casey Kyle Wilkinson have been our leads on this, and they've been talking to the groups, and there are groups, I think, within the health department that work on these challenges. I know they're talking to. Any other questions on the update? All right, well, I'll just briefly introduce our, but are we at 10?
Yeah,
Okay.
you're. yeah,
Okay,
yes.
briefly introduce our budget request presentation by first just thanking you all for your continued partnership in our economic development program. I have been in this business now nearly 30 years. Doesn't feel like that, but some days I guess it does feel like that. But when I think back, it doesn't feel that long ago. I can honestly say 2022 was one of the best years I've ever experienced in a community. Through this process, there are so many items that over the last year and a half-ish that I think have just by themselves would be great accomplishments, but certainly collectively together. Our team has, I think, done an outstanding job under Darren's leadership, and I look forward to what else is going to happen this year and next year. But one item I do want to point out that I'm not sure that we've talked about in here that you saw, but in March, Site Selection Magazine, which is a national publication that tracks economic development projects across the country, we've never been on their list of top metros. This year, we were number 3 in the country in metros under 200,000 in terms of total number of private sector job projects. And so that's an incredible accomplishment, and one that we hope to replicate this year. But also at the same time, while we are aggressively pursuing jobs projects, I think, as you heard Darren talk about, we understand that the future of this community, this county, this region relies on making sure that we have locally owned businesses who also are able to grow and thrive in not just in Manhattan, but in Raleigh and every other community across the region. And so we are focused on that. I appreciate Commissioner Ford's leadership recently on the Rural Economic Development Committee, and we're obviously very engaged in that. And as Darren mentioned, we are super focused now on expanding business park capabilities in Riley County as well. And so with that, again, thank you. I'll be here for questions, but I'm going to turn it over at this point to Darren and Christian and let them talk about our specific requests. So thank you.
Thanks, Jason. I'm just going to run through these on the sake of time. The information that's in the slides is the information that is in the letter that's included in the packet. I wanted to break some of this down in the slides, highlight a couple activities over the course of the last year or number of years, and then break down specifically where these dollars go, where these county dollars go within our economic development efforts. As Jason alluded to, the last couple of years have been incredibly impactful. I think this is the nuts behind that Site Selection Magazine ranking. The fact that the number of projects announced, the overall projected number of jobs, private investment, the corresponding personal income and new residents that come along with that have the potential to be incredibly impactful on this region over the coming years. Specific to Riley County, obviously we do a lot of our business attraction efforts, and this is done regionally. Some specific Riley County projects. Bev Hub out at the Manhattan Business Park out by the airport, opened here now almost 2 years ago, but they continue to grow. We just met with them recently. They've added a second shift. They've also since gone and leased out the entirety of the old McCall Pattern Company building, so 280,000 square feet. It's in Potawatomi County, but the fact that that asset was open, available, and we had a local economic development project that took it is really speaks to the importance of getting these kinds of companies located here, hiring people and doing business because they have opportunity for growth. Some others that have continued to grow, Kansas Gas Service, Prime Companies, Canopy, which is a K-State spin out. We've seen a number of these companies, K-State related. These have some connectivity as well in Potawatomi County, but Scorpion or now Scorpius Biomanufacturing, Cimarron Trailers just cut the ribbon out at their facility over Green Valley Business Park this last week. Started 20 jobs retained, but they've already grown 20 plus. So and are talking about re-engaging with the state and locals on an upcoming project, and some future growth. And so we look forward to welcoming them back to the table on that. And Hydrograph, another K-State related technology. This is a company that's located their R&D and initial production here in the region and are growing. So great potential for some future projects from some of these companies as well. And obviously that's one reason why we're looking at business park expansion so closely, because as those companies look to grow in this region, many times that's outgrowing a facility and they need to build something new, and we need to make sure we've got a place for them to land. Some other projects across the region that continue, obviously, the K-State Foundation with their development up in the Edge Collaboration District, an office park, Museum of Art and Light in downtown Manhattan, Midtown project on hold at the moment, but significant amount of development, not just with that, but other development going on in Aggieville and then NVAP. And so later this month, they'll be cutting the ribbon on that facility. But exciting time as a science team is hired, and obviously some of those folks come from Palm Island, but many from other places as well as we welcome them into this community and into this region. Jason mentioned the Riley County Rural Economic Development Committee. I think this has been a great place to interface with the county on some of these types of issues, whether it be housing, childcare, available sites for development, industrial park expansion, and a number of other topics. I think that's been a great spot for those conversations to happen, and look forward to continuing that. And obviously, these are all items that are high priority for the chamber, and we have working groups and that are representative across the community that are working on these things. So some specifics into the areas where the county funding supports economic development activity. First off, entrepreneurship and small business. Some of the key things that the chamber is leading there, providing space for the small business development, the regional small business development center office. We pay some money into that program and also provide in-kind space. That obviously has significant impact. Work with a lot of people. Spark continues to grow in their offerings and are leading some really good entrepreneurial education training programs, a lot of Kauffman Foundation based training. I mentioned entrepreneurial funding already, and also just a reminder that the chamber is the administrators for these Network Kansas programs, the e-community program, as well as the Grow Pass loan program through the Kansas Department of Commerce, and have made several of these loans, including a number of them in Riley County, both in Manhattan and outside the city limits of Manhattan. On the talent and existing business side of things, these are the Made for Manhattan, the whole talent initiative, talked about this previously, and Amber's been in to share some of the information. We continue to grow that effort, have some great new digital content, videos, etc., that we're using for that. And then military relations, Christian's hitting the ground running, as I said, but Cobb Valley Rodeo, big piece of running in conjunction with the fair. Great opportunity, and utilizing funding from the county to ensure that we're getting tickets out there to military families, that there's an event being hosted for them. There's an opportunity for them to engage with the community and engage with the region in a very positive way. That's just one of the many things that the military relations is doing. So many times you join us for the monthly lunch. There's the annual AUSA conference trip. The DSIP program on an annual basis, being part of that team that puts together local proposals. A lot of work recently, and Janet Nichols played an incredible role in this, and Christian's picked it right up with talent retention and workforce development. Huge opportunity exists to grow the number of folks that choose to stay here after they separate from the Army, and that number is only growing. Last year, the most recent economic development impact showed that number was up to 2,400 in fiscal year 22. So 2,400 separating military annually from Fort Riley. Of course, the parade. We love the parade. We'll pray for no snow. Annual return, touched on some of this already, but this is looking over in addition to those numbers that we talked about from the last couple of years, going back to 20 previous years, nearly 2,500 jobs. Actually, average salaries of these some of these new announcements is significantly higher than 45, but just the property tax generated in Riley County from Manhattan Business Park, K-State Foundation Business Park, and these projects is significant, and over $250,000 on an annual basis. Most recent numbers from Fort Riley, looking at return and why it's so important to continue that program. 66 million in expenditures directly in Riley County, but overall, that accounts for over 1,200 military families, 1,200 households in Riley County that are military families, and obviously the overall direct economic impact of over $1.8 billion. So where these dollars get spent and how they get matched, military relations is part of our $55,000 overall request. 20,000 of that goes towards the military relations program. The other major contributors to that program, for that budget, are the city of Manhattan. We'll be proposing $50,000 again from them, as well as our Advantage Manhattan program through private sources. On business attraction, this is done through the Greater Manhattan Economic Partnership. The other funding partners there are the private sources through Advantage Manhattan. In addition to Riley County, Potawatomi County matches the Riley County / Manhattan contribution on that, and Manhattan Chamber contribution on a 1/3 to 2/3 basis. So they are players in that partnership as well. On entrepreneurship, the free rent at the chamber plus a financial contribution to the SBDC, and then part of the Riley County funding goes to support those entrepreneurial programs across the board. And then finally, the business park development piece of it, as I mentioned, this continues to be top priority for us. So we believe that done some studies over the last several years, but we need to push forward on having a place for buildable land. The amount of deal flow as we're out there at national conferences, working with site selectors, looking at what's coming through the Kansas Department of Commerce. The need for places, there's a lot of deal flow, but we need to be able to land some of those here, and just simply having the space, the acreage that's shovel ready. Is a challenge right now. So other programs that the Chamber's economic development efforts are supporting, providing the EDA grant match for the Flint Hills Regional Council at a 3-year commitment at $37,000 a year. Entrepreneurial efforts through Spark, Made for Manhattan, which are the talent initiatives, and our business retention and expansion efforts. So working with our existing business community across Riley and Potawatomi counties, and ensuring that they're having their needs met, and we're identifying opportunities for growth and working with them to make sure that growth happens here as opposed to going elsewhere. So total economic development budget there, you see where the sources of those are. Again, Advantage Manhattan is a privately pledged funding. And this is on an annual basis, the city and both Riley and Potawatomi County. With that, our request this year is the same as it was last year. Our request for next year is the same as it was this year. $55,000 from Riley County, 20,000 of that targeted towards the military relations efforts, and 35,000 towards economic development across entrepreneurship and Greater Manhattan Economic Partnership. So happy to answer any questions. I ran through that quick, but those numbers are also included in the letter that we submitted that's part of today's packet. All right, thank you for the opportunity to present. Have a great day.
Thanks. Well, it's past 10:10, so I guess I can go ahead and start.
Quickly, please.
I will. Daryl Edie, Budget and Finance Officer, going through today or this month's cash flow reports. Getting two there. All right, let's do this the fast way. There we go. Okay, start off with the 2023 Riley County CIP cash flow. Funds are coming in great. I did reimburse this month from the districts for $99,535. That's part of the expenditures in January of bonds and interest. So I just reimbursed this out. The big expenditure this month was for the pull it up down here. There it is. The radio infrastructure project lease. $426,795. That was this month. Big expense. We also had to finish up on I think it's one of these ambulances with bells and whistles. I'm sorry, what were you talking about? One of the expenses we had this month was one of your trucks. Oh, yes, finishing. And one of the Tabor Valley projects. Financially, we're still doing great. Hold over here to the side. We have 72% of our income in. Revenue to date is $2,096,901.43. Expenses $807,052, which is 10%. So we're still doing great. I'm trying to do this fast. So any questions on CIP? Okay. On the building cash flow, this is one we're kind of keeping an eye on a little bit. I had another $65,361 in expenses last month. I think you saw on Rich's, we're at 35% on these, just slightly over, but still doesn't hurt to keep an eye on a little bit. Beginning cash $223,123.39. Our ending current unencumbered cash $243,946.21. So we're still cash wise, we're still doing fine. On your economic development, we're still doing great there. Incoming cash $282,275. Their expenditures $85,5220. We still have a projected 2023 unencumbered cash ending of $201,696. So that one's still doing good. And now we go into the sales tax. This is the 0.2% new road and bridge sales tax. So far, we just have the income coming in. So we have the two sales taxes, which if you looked at Shiloh's numbers, these all match up for road and bridge. You'll see on the next one on the half-cent sales tax, this is just for road and bridge. She has additional general sales tax that comes in. But this deal is only with road and bridge. We've had $405,760 come in into that, which is $105,000 greater than anticipated. Doing well there. And even with the projects that are still in flow, we have a projected uncovered cash balance of $1,409,000 for the end of this year. So still doing really good there. There are some projects that I've noticed that are expenditure starting up this month. So we should be doing pretty good there. Any questions on any of those? If you come up with any later after all these budgets and stuff you're gonna see today, let me know, please.
Thank you for getting us caught up. Jeff, Commissioner Conover, Lana Bear.
Good morning, Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to come up and come down and give you some comments and briefing of some things going on. I thought I'd start off just bringing to your attention some activity that are coming up on the City Commission agenda. So next week, the 16th, pretty full meeting for the City Commission. We are amending our ordinances to catch up with some of the state law changes regarding placement of political signs. So you might recall that the legislature now allows them on public right of way. Only adjacent, you still can't do it, on public right of way next to public lands, government owned lands, but you can do it on private property on the public right of way as long as it's not right at a corner or it's a site obstruction, that kind of stuff. So there's still some general rules there. So trying to get those put in place before the summer, fall campaign season that will be beginning. Commission does have a second reading of an ordinance for approving the digital sign for the Wright County Health Department. Went through on first reading, don't anticipate any issues there. We also have been offered a grant agreement through FEMA and the KDHE for or Kansas Department of Emergency Management for a acquisition of property at 925 Village Drive. This is an area that's had repetitive flooding from Wildcat Creek. And the owner is cooperating, so it's a 90-10 grant, so 90% FEMA funds to purchase the property and move the structure, move or demolish the structure, and then put back into green space forever. And then we will use stormwater funds as our local 10% match. We also have the application pending for Gardenway. Obviously, that's still being looked at. We're finally seeing some activity there from FEMA. I think that they kind of caught up with some of their backlog or are catching up with that. There was another property on Village Drive, but that owner did decide not to participate. So we'll see where that goes. We have a request for proposal for the commission to update our comprehensive plan for the East US 24 Gateway program. So this is really taking a comprehensive look at all of the services, everything we typically look in with a comprehensive plan update, but it's specific to that area, looking at all the services the government provides, land use, emergency services, infrastructure, all of those components. So I wanted to bring that to your attention. It does include the McCall triangle area that's already in the city and looking at how that area will build out. It's building out pretty rapidly from that perspective, but how that transportation network comes back in and some of the future growth, obviously with Scorpius building over there, it's generating some growth numbers that haven't been envisioned. That's the primary mode for taking a look at that particular area and updating that plan. We have a commission, obviously, Commissioner Reddy resigned last Tuesday was her last meeting as she's taken the senator position. And so the commissioners are considering a resolution that will replace that position as part of the November election. So they would keep that position vacant as what the discussion has been until the elections. And then instead of electing 3 commissioners, we would elect 4 commissioners. The standard process for us was the top two get a 4-year term, the third place finisher gets a 3rd-year term, and we're specified that the 4th place finisher will fill the unexpired term of Commissioner Ray, which is 2-year term also. So there'll be 2 years remaining on it once come January, once they're sworn in.
One question on
Yes,
that. Does that include one of those 2 years being mayor? Because that was originally, somebody had asked me this question, I couldn't answer it, so. She was technically gonna have a term as mayor. Does that individual get that term now, or it just goes?
So that, you know, again, we don't have anything codified
Okay,
for that. I mean, it's a long-standing tradition that would have been, if she'd have stayed on, she would have
right,
likely been elected mayor. So the commission that has started that discussion right now, it's that same night. We anticipate that Commissioner Butler will be elected by the rest of the commission to be mayor pro tem to replace Yusha was mayor pro tem. And he would be the next one in line to serve as mayor, and then
yeah.
more than likely he would be elected mayor. No guarantee of that.
Right.
Come January, and then it would be up to the remaining commissioners about whether or not they wanted to extend that, or they're moving everything up. So before, if you were a newly elected commissioner, it would be 2 years before you would be mayor. It could be that this goes to 1 year, and we just advance that, which is good. It just gives people a little bit more time to get acclimated to the role if they haven't ever been in that role before. So yeah, a lot more information to come on that, and it really will be up to the commissioners that get elected and the rest of the commission as to how they want to proceed with that to fill that position, because they're not obligated to. It's just a long-standing tradition. Okay, good question. We also have first reading of rezoning of the MCM Landing Business Park. So this is the 79 acres out there at Skyway and West 68th, just to the west of the airport property. That's gone well. It's being rezoned to industrial commercial services district, and certainly has been supported in the past. So I don't foresee any issues with that. We do have an amendment with the Chamber of Commerce, and I didn't get all of their presentation if they spoke to the Elevate Fund that they're creating. So this is a revolving loan fund that they're creating as part of the entrepreneurship program. And so the first year of $250,000 is what is being requested. Ultimately, they'd like to have $250,000 for 3 years for a total of $750,000 over the next 3 years. And so that commission will consider that request formally. Also, a presentation from MATC wanting for a multi-year funding request. It's really more of a 2024 budget request item, asking the commissioners to consider budgeting annually up to $1 million over about a 5-year period. So about $200,000 a year over the next 5 years to help them realize their accomplishments that they're striving to obtain. We also have improvements in Aggieville. This is the alley between Rally House and Mr. Goodsense. I think I've spoken about it before. It's going to replicate all the different K-State logos over time, and embedded in that walkway that goes basically behind Rally House and east of Goodsense. A walkway that'll go from the Rally Alley and the parking garage and the vertical Aggieville sign there out to Little Moro and connect to that pedestrian system over to Triangle Park. Involves a lot of trash containers, a lot of utility relocations, and so that's for their consideration in that regard. And then where commission's also having a discussion about the option and possibility of using some of their special alcohol funding to fund co-responders in RCPD. So that is something that as opposed to mill levy support for that now. And so that was just a discussion that they're starting to have and reviewing the pros and cons of that particular aspect. I anticipate that'll probably be a discussion item on the RCP level agenda as well.
And that's the fund, the ones that we currently have, not. new.
Correct. Yeah, that's my understanding. Yeah, and the discussion they had was, they're not talking about an 80-20. They're talking about whatever that contract is with Pawnee, where Riley County Police Department has a contract with Pawnee to provide those because they're employees of Pawnee. And when we originated this, the Pawnee actually requested these funds back in for the 2017 budget, when the program first started for the initial co-responder. That's how the city funded that position, but it was a contract with Pawnee. And so that'll be part of the discussion too. Is it a contract with Pawnee to provide those services to the police department and not be part of the police budget? Or is it, some other three-party arrangement that it's part of the police department budget? Because you think you'd want them involved in that contractual relationship, which they have now, clearly. So it's primarily a discussion item, but we are looking for some direction from the commission as to how they'd like staff to proceed on that particular item. Okay, and then on June 6th, some tentative items we've have potentially scheduled there. We're looking at some donor initiated public art down Foothills Discovery Center. They want to put a bison sculpture out front of the building. So there's been a donor that's set forward to start that process. A couple more requests for proposals or qualifications. One is on the animal shelter services. So we're proceeding to go out with an RFP and see if there's a non-for-profit entity that might be interested in managing our current animal shelter. So we spoke about that before, and we're anxious to do that. At this stage, the animal patrol officers are actually assigned to an assistant in the whole animal shelter services. We've kind of pulled that out of Parks and Rec, and they're under Wyatt Thompson, who's a new assistant city manager. So that's in our office. We still think it's worth having some discussions with the RCPD about at least having some agreements in place for what our role should be to support them, and whether or not that discussion leads to some future capability of them being involved more officially with the police department. That's something to come, but our commissioners are no longer pushing that from my perspective, we're pushing that particular issue.
And just for the record, we did discuss this morning. We're going to move forward with our resolution at some point in time, and believe we're by consensus going to try to develop some kind of a contract for services based off of a per need basis, so per incident basis.
Good. And obviously, y'all have provided some funding for the rest of this year. We see that need still. Folks from the county can bring animals to the shelter. Certainly we'll honor that and not charge them for that. But if there are other services that we want, we really would like to have that same agreement that gives those employees, if they're responding in the county, some authority to act on your behalf, which they don't really have now. They're not really covered by insurance if they do that response now. And we're working with the police to do the same thing. So appreciate that. I think I told you in a previous communication that we didn't plan to make a request for shelter support like we've had in the past. We've got we're restarting the rezoning of 407 Potawatomi Avenue. There was a publication error for the public hearing, so that's going back to the planning board, and we assume that will likely come back to the city commission in the near future as well. Work sessions coming up on the 23rd of May. We'll have an update on our pavement management program. And then we did have the consultant come through and do a new analysis. So we'll have a new pavement condition index, and whether we're losing ground or gaining ground. One of the things is, the dollar doesn't buy as much maintenance as it used to. And I know you're very much aware of that. So, and I think we're in year 6 of that 2/10 special sales tax that we have in place to support that. And obviously that's not generating as much revenue as it used to, neither is our gas tax revenue. So those are some discussions that we'll kind of start to have on that particular aspect as well. Also, Evergy is asked to come before the commission and make a presentation on some of their future transmission proposal, so I don't know if they've contacted you about that or not, but. There wasn't to talk to us about that.
Heard something about.
That's always
Didn't contact us about that big thing on the hill.
that's always a big shock to us,
Yes.
unintended.
Yes, I understand. Then on the 13th of June, we're planning, we're in the process of developing master plans for both Sunset and Sunrise Cemetery and some of their future needs and adjustments over time, and their facilities are fairly antiquated as far as their support for that, and something that just continues the long-term maintenance of that, and how can we continue to provide the services that we have in the past, and you know, one of the things that was very popular at Sunrise was the columbariums, and so we're looking at potentially doing that in Sunset, which has, you know, been sold out of lots for many years. So those are just some things that's addressing. Also the nature of the location and the history of the Sexton's house and some of the other facilities there as part of that discussion in that master plan. And we're rolling into our formal budget process after that for most of the rest of the summer, as I know you are all as well. Couple other things, just some project updates. We did receive a grant, and maybe the chamber may have covered it for entrepreneurship space at the parking garage in Aggieville. So we'd asked for 3 million, we got 1.5. So we're working to tailor to see how far that will go. But the idea is to convert some of that space, that office commercial space, into entrepreneurship space with relationship with K-State Innovation Partners and others that will grow that program in that facility. A lot of details to work out there, but we're excited about being able to have that grant opportunity. A future project that's coming up, obviously, we're able to get a good chunk of the work done. Got North Manhattan opened up last week, and appreciate you changing the date, because I was supposed to be here at the same time we were dedicating that ribbon, and so thanks for working with me. We do have a future project on North Manhattan going north of Anderson Bluemont. So all of those yellow caution pedestrian crossings are going to get converted to actual traffic signals, much like Denison at Weefall Hall, where you have that light, and then back at Platt Street, you have a signalized intersection, so we can have groups of traffic going and groups of pedestrians going, and not just everybody stopping whenever the lights come on. So trying to bring some organization to that. That's a city university funded project, and we're also working with K-State, because they want to put a roundabout in on one of those intersections there towards the northern end, to bring a couple of their roads together with one of our intersections. So one of them is likely going to be a roundabout as opposed to a traffic signal. Doing a lot of maintenance work. We awarded some asphalt work out in the Highland Meadows. Pretty much that whole Highland Meadows subdivision is asphalt. It's going to get milled and overlaid. So we'll have another round of that. And I've got another one that'll cover. I wanted to, so I know you probably don't want to because it's closed, you can't get through, but if you're out in the McCall area and you can go north on Hayes, right there in front of the bus barn and the central kitchen for the school district, we've converted that section of Hayes now we've buried, so we have ditches on Hayes Drive, and we've converted that side to put a culvert all the way to Levy, and so it's done. We've got a 10-foot wide trail. That's what it's going to look like all the way to Casement. Eventually, the rest of that is under design. Obviously, got the levee project that's encumbering that from happening on the northern end, and we haven't bid that next section. We took advantage of the school district's contractor because they were building a parking lot adjacent to it, so we were able to get some economies of scale and get some of that work done. But that'll give you a highlight of what that'll look like going to Casement. And we did award a mill and overlay project for Casement Road as well. And so I think that's going from about Allen well past past K-Man, past the radio station, so. That one should be starting before long, and I understand we're working together on coordination of turning lanes on Marlette. For some of the future for Browning and College Avenue, so I appreciate you all being willing to work on that, and I think obviously once your roundabout projects get going and traffic gets diverted that way, we're also kind of accelerating our timeline. We were gonna wait for those 24 roundabout projects before we did the rest of Kimball. But at least the big intersection of Denison and Kimball, we are now advancing that design. Anticipate bidding it towards late fall, and then starting some of that project work in the first of the year. Originally, I had said that the plan was to keep that intersection open for traffic during construction. That's being reconsidered because of some of these timelines. And then likely that we'll close the section of Kimball west of Denison, assuming we get favorable awards probably in the January timeframe, and then close the intersection for the summer and try to get it all done before school starts back up again. All predicated on completing that reverse frontage road that has gone from College to the Green Science, and that's complete. Those signals are on flash on Kimball now. And then that frontage road will continue all the way to Denison. So that'll be kind of a back route for servicing all those areas, and also for the fire department to be able to go.
So that's going from Wheat Innovation back over to Denison in another phase?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Yes. And then the other projects coming up this summer, we've got work on College Heights between Denison and Sunset. New water line and put in there, and the street's in horrible condition there, so it's a rebuild of that street. We're also rebuilding the intersection of Denison and Sunset, and that should start. That's been awarded. It should start as soon as school's out. Other projects waiting for school to get out is redoing Browning in front of Susan B. Anthony, and that'll be a closure, so they can get that done over the summer. And then also the big one is Kimball and Grandmere. So that project's been awarded. Buyers got that project, so it'll close when school's out. And then by early August, there'll be a temporary road constructed, but that's really for the Grandmere traffic for the most part. That will allow folks to go either east or west, but not through there'll be a detour to take people from Scenic to Anderson, either to Hudson or Seth Childs to come in. So it'll be a lot more orange cones added to some we already have. And probably some of you all have too. So that's all I had to plan. So happy to answer any questions you may have.
What's the timeline currently on the McCall and 24?
So
I'm getting absolutely hammered on that one.
Yeah. So it's proceeding well. You know, the other thing that's going to add to that frustration is KDOT's actually doing a full mill and overlay from XL all the way to the mall. So, and they're paving the shoulders. So there's shoulder work to be done that where they don't have some of that already paved. We've been working with them. We opened a few things up a little bit. The intersection's open now at Levy Drive, so you can at least turn there. So that the good work's done on those turning lanes. Now we're working on those decel lane, right hand and decel lanes on the south side primarily. But hopefully we hope to be able to have that done by the end of the summer. So that's our goal. We have all the traffic signal equipment and everything, so it's just a matter of we're trying to coordinate with KDOT on their project so that they're able to do what they want.
It's for lack of a better term, very messy.
Yeah. Yes. Much like their Green Valley project was when they did those improvements.
Okay. On the roundabout out at Grandmere, just so I understand, is Hudson gonna be the natural detour and then the other road will open up when the school opens up
Yes.
somewhere around there and it can be
So the
used?
detour will probably stay even with
Okay.
that, because we're not gonna, we don't want to encourage all the traffic that typically would use it.
Okay,
Because it's just gonna be kind of a temporary detour road. It's really, right now, all the
Kind of like what
primary
you did at
traffic.
the other one on Scenic and Anderson there.
Drive to Vanessa. So it's just to give them a easier out, school traffic, that kind of stuff to be able to move. And that should be wrapped up sometime next fall. So hopefully things will go well there. That's moving, it's a bigger roundabout and it's moving a little bit, shifting to the up the hill to the west of it.
how far are you coming out with, I guess, road improvements there on?
So the road improvements will go back to Vanessa.
Okay.
And then there's some lane improvements, there's some maintenance work at Vanessa, there's some pavement failure that's being done at the same time there at that intersection as well, and almost to Berkshire.
Okay. That makes sense.
Questions on parking garages. A lot of people who don't care for them. The other thing, if women don't use them, they're concerned about security. If there's no cameras in them, is there plans to ever put any security cameras?
So we have extensive cameras in the Aggieville parking garage, because it's a video detection system to begin with.
So I think have to coming in and out for the park for the tickets, basically.
No,
Is there
and
some-
so there are over 60 security cameras
Oh, okay.
in that parking garage.
Oh, okay.
Matter of fact, the vandalism that happened in the alleyway. There's good pictures. So PD loves it. And so we don't have any, well, we have a couple of cameras in the Third Street lot, but our plan is to go to convert that lot to a paid parking garage as well, just like Aggieville. There's no immediate timeline on there, and we'll have some expense to do that and set it up for video detection. K-State's gonna go to video, same at their garage. So everybody's, it's much more efficient for the people that are running it. Once they get it down how to use it, it is fairly simple, but it creates some issues if you, and there are self-pay stations as well. If you don't have your, if you don't download the app or don't have a phone that you want to do that with, there's ways to do it. But it is, things like can't back in unless you have front license plates because it can't read it and that sort of thing. So there's an education process.
Okay, that's what I just been hearing. Complaints.
No, there's a lot of security cameras in the ag area.
Thank you.
All right, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Absolutely. Good.
Commissioner, of David Adams up at 10:50.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning, how are you? You guys just want to approve this. I can get you back on schedule.
We're on schedule.
We're ahead of schedule. I can get you more ahead of schedule.
It's just budget, so I mean.
We're not allowed to be ahead of schedule. We have to wait until those times. Right.
I'm trying to help you out here.
Let's just hear it, right? Right, yeah.
Don't bounce back like he used to.
Back a little bit, steering is not. As long as you got a good nice signal for the water.
Yeah. It sounded good at the I know what you're doing there.
Back to school. It's 30 days. Yeah, right.
The two bidders are last night, so great.
Yeah.
Yeah, he brings up everything.
What's that? That is true. I slept as well.
I'm sure you can guarantee that.
Rain.
Good rain? I saw people with umbrellas, so I.
Yeah.
He was doing something.
Oh.
It's raining.
It's raining.
You called for it. You wanted it this morning.
I did.
Well, Lori
Yeah.
came through.
She did.
We found out. You're Mother Nature. You're gonna have to warrior race.
She's not retiring anytime soon. No.
We can contract out those services.
Ready? Good morning, Commissioners. David Adams, EMS Ambulance Director and Project Lead for the Public Safety Headquarters. I'm here with most of our building committee, which is myself, Commissioner McKinley, John Elderman, Public Works Director, Russell Stuckey, EMS Rural Fire Chief, Rich Fargo, County Clerk, Josh Guerin, EMS Assistant Ambulance Director is not here. And then Corey Meyer or Chris Schneider from IT. And we also have representatives of ARC Images and VHS for this presentation for any questions that you may have. So first off, I kind of want to just recall the scope and the discussion we had up to this point. So if you recall, the original scope of this project was an EMS facility as well as a county BOC. And then through discussions, the commission had asked our building committee to evaluate several other alternatives. First being the possibility of office space and storage for Riley County Emergency Management Fire District #1 staff. To evaluate the possibility of a backup dispatch with 2 to 3 consoles to be adjacent to the multi-purpose training meeting EOC. To evaluate the possibility of infrastructure to be put in place for a full dispatch capable building for future use, as well as a shell or extra floor for future expansions. So that's where we started with the project. We've had multiple meetings with ARC Images and VHS to help provide us a breakdown of costs, primary design options, and some timelines. We've discussed the pros and cons to each of the proposals, as well as the needs and the goals for Riley County now and in the future. So had a lot of meetings, a lot of very good discussion, robust discussion at times. You know, we've really been trying to do our due diligence as you'd asked us to do. So we're here today to provide you 3 options for consideration and asking for movement from the commission on at least one of the options. So option number 1 is a full new building, which consists of EMS quarters for staff, 3 apparatus bays, and offices for EMS administration. Offices for emergency management, rural fire district #1, staff and storage for them. A basement for the EOC and dispatch consoles to be available for use now, as well as infrastructure for future full dispatch capability. And then a shell floor, empty floor for future expansion. This option requires a complete revamping and additional construction of the current FCRC parking lot, with new parking added to the north side of the building between the FCRC and Claflin Road.
And this is, if you recall, one we brought forward a couple months ago. The projected cost for this building, which includes design fees that are already approved, but we put it in the numbers in here, so you didn't have to have a pencil out, start adding numbers, find out exactly where we were. Furniture, equipment, IT components, as listed there, those projected costs are 18,580,000 to 21,750,000. That's their contingencies that they have to put in place for any big project for costs changing and some of the unexpected expenses that may come forward. So we knew that that was outside of the budget for this project, but you'd asked us to bring this forward, and we had done that. So option number 2, which is an EMS only building, which consists of the EMS quarters, the 3 apparatus bays, EMS administrative offices, as well as a multi-purpose room for training, meetings, and EOC. The projected cost for this, which includes furniture and equipment, IT components, and IT design fees that are already approved, testing and inspections, is on the low end, $11,405,000. On the high end, $13,520,000. Option number 3, which is new and is the result of the conversations within the working group as we were trying to get the needs of all of Riley County, as well as working with the current buildings that the county owns. Is once the new facility is built and EMS has moved into the new facility, it would be a complete interior demo of the current EMS facility. Would be new roofing, new siding, and the construction of offices and storage on the inside of the building, and a 30-person EOC. This alternative is 2,953 square feet and a projected cost of $855,000. So some other considerations we brought forth is just to let you know that the potential cost of adding a backup dispatch to the EMS only facility is projected at $900,000. That's because we have to add more space to the building, the IT infrastructure, and those types of costs. The potential cost of a second floor for future expansion of the new building is $2 million. And then, as I said previously, option number 3 for the renovation of the current EMS facility for emergency management would not begin until after the construction and completion of the primary EMS only facility. The updated timeline is now to begin construction of, if approved today, of the EMS only facility would be February 2024 with an approximate 12 to 13 month build. Well, fiscal impact, the commission has stated previously their intention of utilizing unused ARPA funds to fund this project. And then again, I broke down the costs as I just discussed a few minutes ago. It is our committee's recommendation based on the budgetary parameters to accept option number 2, the EMS only facility, so we can move forward with that. And then consider option number 3, the renovation of the EMS facility for emergency management, Rural Fire District number 1. And stand for questions.
There's no way everybody's gonna be quiet on this one, I'm sorry.
Like just say, at least from my standpoint on the committee, Greg's been involved, but these are our recommendations, but I figured other ideas to come from the other 2 commissioners. This is a significant change for the direction you guys thought we were going. So I really expected a lot more input from this point on from the other 2 commissioners with other ideas. So, well, it's our recommendation. It was based on the discussions we had. So we all understand we have unlimited power of recommendation, and David may be reluctant, but we're open to other ideas.
My challenge and concern is kind of that segregate EOC at this particular point in time. I know we discussed this in length just last evening, so it's maybe a new conversation for some others in the room, but yeah, based off of conversations from the initial point in time, that when it's not being used for emergency operations, to be facilitated as a multi-use space that you can do some bigger trainings and that sort of thing in there to widen out some of our needs. Even as we have to kind of pare some things down in and along the way there. Good to see that. I guess the current facility is still usable in some way, shape, or form, although it doesn't look real pretty at this point in time, that it can be incorporated into this and facilitated. Yes, right on cue there. Thank you, David.
You're welcome.
I guess I want some more conversation and dialogue on what EOC needs are going to actually be, or what was envisioned in the conversation. You've got it separated now, 30 in one, 30 in the other, and I think some conversations on what that's going to be and why that's necessary, I think needs to be discussed here.
Well, okay, the very valid point, and we had that discussion very well last night. I'll let Russell speak a little bit more on this, as it's an EM function. But one of the things that he did bring up last night that I would like to throw out there.
I was going to throw that out there in that midst of this conversation too, but
it was, the county still does not have a backup dispatch. If something were to happen to RCPD, the county is, got some pretty significant difficulties.
just want to point out that the June, 2008 tornado, when it came through town, I mean, missed it by about, a mile and a half. I mean, it is always a potential.
So one of the thoughts with that was having the room at EMS for training and because we use that room, the room we have now, we use it a lot. But a reason to have an EOC in this building was that we could convert, when needed, we can convert some of this spaces to a backup dispatch.
In the old facility, whereas the new. And the discussion came last night from that the building's heavily fortified. I mean, it's a concrete building currently. It shifts back into an area where it's partially underground already. We really wouldn't have to spend a lot to fortify that. So reducing the scope of that cost to that $900,000, I would think.
It will
in the
be
process, right?
We have not done that math yet. We're trying to get the other building going.
And you're not building the square footage because the square footage is obviously there. So the price to do that should be substantially lower, thus giving us the opportunity to have what I think is a very, very important need. And that's a backup.
Need a backup
Yeah.
and. I'm just. Don't worry about the numbers, but,
So we.
that,
That's why we brought this.
the, renovating that old building. You say 855, that's now, but what happens when we get started in like a year
Correct.
down the road? Is that gonna go to 2 million? I mean, good heavens, it's the way costs are going.
Right, and I'll let Kyle or VHS.
My thought in this was that options 2 and 3 would be together.
Yeah.
We'd go ahead and design both, and they could then begin purchasing and contracting on that, even though it's a little ways out, and kind of try to lock in those prices. I think in that you were assuming that it was going to be built, or the construction on that would be down the road and not obviously be simultaneous or
But outside of a possible dispatch at this point in time, which is obviously part of this option, most of the rest of it, I mean, it's just usable space with the exception of that EOC that requires a little bit more planning, a little bit more depth at this point in time, but.
And we do have some money in there for exterior repairs, improvement,
Right.
spruce up.
Yeah, we want to put on their new siding and new roof.
Yeah.
There's going to have to be some HVAC work and things like that. So
All included in that.
Seems as though those offices are really small. that are designed over here on the right side. They're really small, and there's all that space where the bays were. I know we're talking about storage, but couldn't all this be expanded a little bit to give you a little more office space for future use?
Yeah, I agree. They're definitely smaller than the offices in the new building, and Kyle can speak better to it than I. This is just their first, hey, sketch it out and this could be done. You know, the back to the EOC piece, you know, if we have a big EOC activation, you know, that once every 10 or 15 years, you know, we would have the ability to double the size of the EOC right there in that space. And or we have the training room across the street in the EMS headquarters and rooms in the FCRC. So we could have the primary EOC with the pertinent ESF partners in the EOC, and then we could have the public information officers in the JIC, the Joint Information Center, over in David's training room. And then we have federal partners in, or even more flow. We could go into the FCRC, and it's all right there on the same campus, just right across the street from each other. And so, but 90% of when we would activate the EOC, this would be adequate. It would just be that once every 10 or 15 years that we really need more space. As far as the offices, you know, Kyle can speak better to it than I can. I've got a couple ideas of maybe how to make it a little different, but that would go into their design work and you know, maybe we put one more office out or something else. But yeah, I agree, there are a little small.
Yeah, I would just comment that in doing this, we had the first design that we thought worked pretty well. And except, you know, that money part. And then,
Only except for.
so we zoomed out and just took a look at priorities and just kind of rethought the whole thing. As a big part of that was rethinking the parking need. And so that with the new building, as David mentioned, we're not having to do all that site work north of the FCRC, which is a big help on the money. In talking about this building, there was a strong desire to keep as many of the bays as we could for storage, for the gators, for the equipment that needs a home. And so that's why we didn't encroach any further. There was one option that we designed that took the whole building and got rid of the bays entirely. And that wasn't seen yet. Certainly we could talk about scooting over one more bay and giving a little bit more room to things or adding another function to it.
I can see those bays, they're tall enough to fit to a second or a loft or second.
I don't know that they're quite, I would look at that. I don't know that they're quite tall enough for like a mezzanine or something.
But storage area, you could.
Possibly, yeah. Yeah, we could take a look at that. They're not as tall as you often find at a fire station. You know, there's.
Which is part of the reason why we need a new building, because it isn't big enough.
Yeah, that building was, the county bought the building in 1980. So it was used previously, and I think it was used for just regular sized vehicles. You know, I think I've heard it was an old AT&T building or some different things, but it was those bays were put in there for just regular sized vehicles. They weren't put in there for big enough for a loft or anything like that. So to your point, Commissioner. So, and we did not get very deep into this. Because we're trying to get started with the other project.
You just want your building, you know.
Well, yeah, I do.
And also, we were just trying to get a handle on the money.
Yeah, no, you came down considerably. I mean,
Can we do something? Can we come up with a plan that is within 14 million?
Yeah.
So that's why this hasn't been broken down.
I just want to say these guys, VHS has been a terrific partner. We've had a million what about, what if thoughts. There's been a lot of thought into this, a lot of effort on their part in helping us sort through a bunch of different options.
So I would think if you were to go forward with this building at some point, to your point, Commissioner BOCC, this will probably change again as they work through it. So
Yeah, because as I see both of these plans and really, there's no space for future expansion or that kind of thing, which bothers me, you know, 5 years from now, we're gonna need more space again. I mean, where do we go?
And what, I mean, to that question, I mean, what is your long-term needs? I mean, what do you think that's going to facilitate into at this point? I mean, you mentioned last night that you didn't think that the bays or the living quarters and all of that would be of any concern moving forward over the next 10, 15, 20 years. That would just be the regular office space itself. So.
Correct. If anything, it's gonna be that office space for growth, because I do believe as what Commissioner Ford's alluding to was. If we have to add another truck, which I think we're probably going to in the next 10 years or so, it's not going to be out of this station. It's gonna be probably the west side of town. Where the city is growing, where our response times are starting to get a little stretched a little bit. But we haven't even studied that yet. So as far as for this building, it would be for administration. So we have to get some creativity there. So yeah, we have one empty office at this.
What about, these are all rectangles. Couldn't you come across here and give yourself some more space in this area? You know, don't make this more even across.
Yeah, I mean, that
It's
Yeah,
square
it
feet.
is.
Yeah.
yeah,
It's only money, so yes.
Yeah, we're good.
right.
$600 a square foot?
Again, you know, we're just trying to
Yeah. okay.
funnel it into $14 million.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just concerned about future needs. It's what I'm-
Right.
It's a valid concern, but
Absolutely.
one of the big premises of this was to go to a one-story building. We get rid of the elevator, we get rid of the stairways.
Yeah.
There's a lot of expense in just that choice to go to 2 stories. Or multiple stories, you know, and yeah, so that was part of the approach right off the bat when we said, okay, we got to rethink this, is keeping this in 1-story building.
Yeah. And I do see in the future, at least on the EMS side, that be more of an outward expansion in terms of, I mean,
Yeah.
we're already doing that up north with
Yeah.
a separate facility, so.
Right. And I really do think that's where we'll end up going, because it's, you, unless they start building high rises in Manhattan, you know, the expansion is gonna be outside of town. And most likely it's gonna have to be to the west or to the northwest, or even the southeast, or the southwest, excuse me. So,
When talking about backup dispatch, adding that into the next bay or something. And I know you talked about for the, you know, if the EOC needed more space, we could always expand it. But are we talking about just an EOC or just 1 or 2 stations again? Is that not a full, not enough to move the whole dispatch there?
no, correct.
Just enough to put 1 or 2 stations.
Yeah, just a couple consoles is what they call those, a couple consoles, and then some of the IT that, you know, as you retrofit the building, some of the IT that would go in to help facilitate that.
Because also, then, like I say, then when there is an EOC, then they'd have a dispatch.
Right, they have to.
Instead of having it where she is now and next to there, you'd have one right here with you.
Correct.
Thing, sounds like.
Mhm.
Like I say, move one bay, and you had also talked about probably needing to add another handicap accessible restroom.
Possibly.
Right, that
Because
is,
that's been a question.
Yeah.
And we'll know more, you know, once the primary EMS building is bid, you know, do we have fewer dollars or more dollars? And we won't know until those bids start getting bid and locked in, whether their low estimate is the more accurate or they're high or mid, or, you know, we won't know that until the bidding process.
I could throw in another wrinkle. What about the space you have now, Russell? Can you expand that? You know, we've got the 4th floor up there that could be maybe utilized. Do we want to renovate this, or do you need to be over there?
Well, I mean, we really would like to be in the building that our EOC is in.
Sure.
as far as this building, Rich can probably speak to it better than I think I was told the number just to replace the windows in this building, it was $1 million 5 years ago. Is that an accurate number?
The space.
Well, I understand what Catherine's talking. I think it's kind of a bigger concept that we need to discuss. I mean, John's alluded to it, and I think Catherine, you talked about a retreat, you know, I mean, we really need to talk about this commission, and all commissions change the tenure. Commissions in the past have said, we're getting rid of this building. This is not part of our future plans. But if this commission says it is part of our future plans and wants to proceed with something like that, we need to have a study done, a true facilities needs of all facilities. And the first thing you got to do if you're keeping this long term is dig out the entire basement, and seal it. Is that going to be cheap in this location, Patrick? So it's an in-ground pool downstairs and all of the windows need done. So, I mean, those are discussions that need to be had, you know, if you want to do it opposite. Yes, actually, I'm hoping Russell doesn't get the current ambulance facility because I think it'd be a great election facility.
Yeah.
So I'm all in favor of Russell staying here, but I think in the broader scope, I think that we need to really study our overall space needs. But honestly, you know, John, you know, I think that would make a great election facility. But I truly think, you know, the only reason Russell's department got thrown in here is because we thought we would have enough money. The whole premise that got us here is the mandate to get a new EMS ambulance facility. And we thought we would have enough money to accomplish both, because I do think Russell does not fit good where he's at because of the nature of their business. And they honestly, in some of those side rooms have, I don't know if you still do, I used to remember going to visit Pat Collins, fire equipment and suits in one room, and it's just not a great fit for being on a second floor. And a lot of times they need to get out in a hurry due to the nature of their business. And to me, it's not a good fit for them.
And parking, I mean.
As badly as I want that facility.
No, I think it makes more sense if we can't put it all under one roof. You make a campus style system work over here already. It's the same process there. You have two buildings adjacent to each other that you've got all your relevant county services kind of right there in one spot. Works probably well for IT and their network. Works well for emergency services as emergencies happen, whether they're man-made or natural or whatever. I have it basically a Patrick Mahomes throwaway. Any other quarterback, maybe not. But yeah, and I think, I don't know, I revert back to the Joplin tornado in 2011, and when that tornado came through, it wiped out their total communication system. Joplin's a city roughly the size of Manhattan, and a county roughly the size of Riley County, and it wiped out everything, and it wasn't spread out very, very well, and wasn't built and designed to handle that scenario. And we know those scenarios will happen, you know, occasionally. So having that would be extremely important and extremely safe and secure thing for a community and region of our size.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but another thing I agree with what Catherine said is be sure you build it so it can last 40 years, have additional space. You have to. If we're going to do this, do it right. The one that I see more likely growing and needing space is probably Russell's, because I do think David's, we've talked about it well before this was ever a project. If he expands, it'll probably be another facility somewhere closer to where the calls are, but you still need to have some expansion space.
Absolutely.
I kind of see the same thing with your department too, Russell. I mean, you need somewhere to have base administration and operations, but in order to provide county fire services, you're going to have facilities in the county to actually accomplish that.
And what I see for the future, and it won't be during the time I'm here, what I would see probably the future of mine would be EM and fire dividing out, being their own things. And in that scenario, EM would probably stay in this building and then fire would go somewhere else. And so I think, looking realistically, whatever, 10, 15 years down the road, I could see EM being in here for a long time, and then fire having be its own true department with its own department head and being somewhere else is what I think is realistically 10 or 15 years out.
I guess the second concern I have in all this is timeline.
Don't we have to have a project on the board by 24 for the ARPA? or something
I'm worried
like
about
that?
it now. I mean, the discussion now is taking those unused funds away now,
Yeah.
regardless of timelines. That's at the national level, across broad lines with debt ceiling discussions and everything else. That's a real big concern.
So
I know
That's what we
we've
need
had to
to
kind of
commit.
stop and put things on hold, but
so
we've kind of gone from a September of this year timeline to February of 24. It's almost a full year, year and a half out. I'm struggling with that.
So you come out the timeline to start construction? Okay.
Well, and I think that's one of the reasons that we're here today is hopefully to get direction and ideally
Mhm.
get a yes to let's go with 2 and 3. And that'll let us move forward. We will be moving forward rapidly.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think that February timeline is realistic. Perhaps we can move it up a bit.
February 24 or
But yeah, February of 24 to start construction now.
that's what I'm trying to figure out. How do we go from September of this year to February of 24?
You're not gonna start in
Well,
December.
we've gotten a little bit held up on our design progress.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you
We
need
still
direction
got to
from us
decide.
where-
Yeah.
Okay.
well,
I think one of the things from our perspective, it could still be looked at too, and I want to be careful with this, but we're gonna have 2 different years of potential CIP. I could fill in a few gaps. I don't want to drain it, but if we,
mhm.
for instance, backup dispatch or something, we could budget within those 2 cycles to do that and not add any inherent costs to that. If it kind of reaches that 14 million or whatever. So, I think we also discussed in our conversation last night of looking for some other state and federal grants that deal with emergency and emergency management, which I think is a possibility as well to fill in a few gaps there too. So I don't see that under this current proposal with 2 and 3 being problematic from that perspective.
No, see, I think going 2 and 3 with 2 set. I mean, this is what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
And 3 leaning towards this with,
Maybe a modification or 2 and backup
But I
dispatch.
think, and I know I've heard that stuff too, where they say, well, we haven't used the money, but I think we haven't committed, we've got a building and plans. Of course, I'm not gonna guess.
Yeah, I'm not
gonna guess
either.
what DC does. No future in that.
No arguments there.
I would think they'd use some common sense to it.
Remember, it's in our possession.
Yeah, we're getting
That's right.
interested. So that's
That's the
good.
law.
For once, I might actually work out.
Put it in a permanent CD,
Something,
5-year
yeah.
CD.
Money? What money? I don't know what you're talking about. No, I want to first off, just commend everybody for their work and efforts. I know it probably wasn't easy. But I do still think that we'll have a good solid product that will provide everything that we've discussed and sounds like it will last for quite a long time.
Correct.
And Dave mentioned the architect and the contractor put in a lot of time because we said, well, what about this? Well, what about that? And
Absolutely.
they run back and said, okay, what about, if we modify this, what do we do there? We've kept them jumping.
Really been a team effort.
It has. I mean, there's been a lot of discussions, whether it's in person or emails or phone calls, and so we're comfortable with this. And as you said, we've thrown a lot at ARC Images, we've thrown a lot of VHS. And said, in the middle of meetings, hey, what would this cost? How would this work? Well, what do you think here? And they've helped us quite a
And it
bit.
pulls out his computer and starts
Yeah.
playing numbers,
Yeah.
fixing up some numbers every
Yeah.
time.
We can discuss adding a couple base for the FCRC for you.
Why are you here?
We didn't discuss.
It's not
Trying to see
funny.
if I can get him to fall over.
Yeah. I think we ought to move forward on the two and three. There's some design aspects on the number three and see what we can do there.
Just want to be clear, do we want them to look at partial dispatch in number 3, and then also be sure there's plenty of potential room for expansion
Yeah.
in 2 and 3? I mean, that's just what I'm asking, because those are things you talked about. We need to be clear to these guys.
Like I say, I think on 2, on the EMS facility, there is an extra office there now.
Yeah, okay.
And there's some extra room there. And like I say, if things,
And
if it'd go somewhere else. And I thought Russell had a pretty good point that at some point, if it does expand that much, and there is those empty bays, you could expand into something, but also it might make sense. Keep emergency management there and move the fire out to the public works area.
So just leave them as is.
Yes, yeah.
So
Okay.
what-
I do want to just, as option number 3, want to discuss that idea of backup dispatch.
We
in
can
there.
back up dispatch into it, yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So 2 and 3 as is, except add a partial dispatch in number 3. Are we clear?
Yeah, I just wanted to throw out
Oh,
something
great.
that's been discussed is the future possibility beyond this project of adding on to the bottom side of the bays.
Okay,
That
Yeah.
that is a logical place that could,
Because that's
the
a-
building could be expanded.
okay.
Well, and there's also been rumors, I don't know if you ever found the plans that it was made to support a second floor on the building.
Did you ever look at that?
Our structural engineer is looking at that. She's pretty skeptical that that's a true story.
Oh, okay.
I look at the building and it makes me skeptical, but.
At least per today's code.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah.
But you could take that and make the base a little.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can bring that
South
down in the
Yeah.
future in another project.
Yeah.
That's a logical place that building is expanded.
Because right now, we're not planning any parking in that area. Parking is going to be in your other lot, kind of across from there.
But you can still use the parking that's there.
Yeah,
now.
they've got a park.
And I don't think it'll be a real big issue in day-to-day operations. It's just when you have that expanded emergency event and, yeah.
Yeah, that's, if we have an emergency event, it's going to be a lot of messes. So.
Yeah, parking will be the least,
Yeah.
parking will be the priority at that point.
There's a lot of grass we can park in.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Do we need to make an official motion? I would assume we don't need to. So I'll go ahead and move on staff's recommendation based on budgetary parameters to accept option number 2 and option number 3 with the potential for a backup dispatch communication center in number 3 for a project cost not to exceed $14,375,000.
I'll second.
Then moved and seconded to go with option 2 and 3 as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great, thank you, Commissioner.
And once again, thank you, everybody, for your work and efforts and your continued work and efforts on the project.
Thank you.
All right, I'm getting one.
Yeah, big progress. Big.
Big step forward. Thanks.
Yeah. We got a couple of minutes to readjust here.
That's good. That's good.
Yes.
It's time for break.
How are you today?
How are you, John? We have you from 11:35 to 11:45. Yeah.
This is where he's about things. Never remember.
See you for a long time.
It's been a ride.
Yeah, you've been there a long time.
School together. I worked with.
Yeah.
Summer cans.
Happy. How are you?
Good, how are you doing?
Good.
Good.
I saw you at McAllister's a couple of times.
Oh, you should have said something.
I should have, but you look like you were pretty embedded.
Yeah, that seems to be the case these days.
We gave you this little handout here.
Okay.
That feels a lot better, doesn't it, Greg? That proceeding.
Some people are boring. Some wonderful people.
I still have that picture of the flying club.
Boring. Flying dog.
That's what you get on body. Things.
Maybe he's got the way.
Yeah. I didn't know where I went. I didn't. They found each other. He's had a wonderful life. Academic. Lance was. We really exceeded. Pretty competitive.
Vice president.
Oh, yeah. Very responsible. Yes. If you had people and you didn't tell people where.
Yes.
Right, you could have changed. PhD's changed.
It's raining outside. It's raining outside.
Yeah.
Kind of a,
We should put our way.
Nice.
kind of
I
a
don't think
nice.
it's made it that far.
Oh, yeah.
Look down, look what it's right now.
They didn't run off much.
We get some at our area, the creeks are low and dirty, and actually our low water crossing, low water crossing out by Stockdale and that asphalt road, it was over that. Plus the big log over it. So I went that way to get home, and I had to turn around and go up 4 mile corner.
Was out on Tuesday when you had a lot of rain, because we had that funeral that we drove all the way from Riley to the Roundup Fancy Cemetery. And it was for about where you turn off the gate of Bell's Gate, the Grandview Road, up through about the NW Road. So ditches were running full of water, the water was cascading on the field, but the rest of the way, there wasn't any water. The ditches were.
That's what I heard. I talked to, as I was telling him, I talked to Mr. Henry farm right
Right.
there.
How many
And he said they got
How many properties do you have left?
What do you get?
No, I wish I got.
You know, I'm kind of the
60.
big picture guy and I let
My neighbor.
Janet do all the technical
Okay.
costs.
He said.
I think we'll probably get down to,
Yeah, he said it was workable in the garden.
Yeah, it's not very moist.
probably,
I wanted to work in garden yesterday.
Are they or
2 inches of rain will be too salt.
we've got.
Soak in pretty quick.
I got 2 3/4 inches over in the Northview area and ground up top's already cracked.
Like to say, rains on the just and the
I have two.
Fortunately, I was inside when that happened, so.
Well, we were happy. We had a funeral on Tuesday. They wanted to have it this morning. Great, so I had a meeting.
Well, do that, yeah.
No, I can do it.
Walking up and
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you get on a website.
Showing this, you wanna-
Yeah, I've seen
Property-
that.
property-
That'd be great.
Oh, in that direction.
That'd be great.
Oh, okay.
The
That's
next
later.
chance is tonight.
Yeah,
It's gonna be.
For the more severe.
when they're talking more of a hail and maybe an isolated tornado in some spot.
Yeah.
So I was worried about too. I gotta get over for the hail.
And what?
Oh, I had my business downtown. We had to share them.
They have a big office.
I walked my car, get a house and hail, and I had kids, so I was just, I'm like, couldn't get off. Didn't have a garage or any trees, like.
Bars pulling up there, big spike, trying to get pulled.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Okay, we're ready to move on our agenda. Kevin?
Good. Good morning. I'm Kevin Larson, as you know, and I'm here to represent the senior citizens of Riley County. We have a few of our fellow members of the board, et cetera, with us today to give support. And I am your appointee to the Area Council of Aging, and as a result, have been elected president. So that's why I'm here today. So I come here today to share the budget request of the different agencies that are part of and are represented in the area council and depend upon the budget allocations given to them by the Raleigh County citizens as determined by their representatives, who in turn, which are you, the county commissioners. You have their request before you, so I rise to speak on their behalf and in turn speak for the vulnerable of Riley County, the seniors who over the past years of their lives have helped to make Riley County the county that it is, and now in the waning years of their lives find value and reality and depend upon the services that are provided by these agencies. These seniors have given in the past, and now they deserve to be given. All of these agencies provide a crucial service to the senior citizens of Riley County. I would invite you to take time to eat a meal with the seniors at the Manhattan Senior Center, at the Riley, where the Randolph seniors meet, the Riley seniors, the Leonardville seniors, the Ogden seniors or Zingdale seniors, to share a meal with them, let them know you care and you get a little idea of what they're doing. To go up and walk the halls of the Good Shepherd's Hospice House and visit with the families who are seeing their family members being cared for in their final days of life. To be a volunteer with the many who volunteer through the RSV program and provide needed services to individuals without pay or compensation, or take part in some of the various programs offered to the Manhattan Senior Center and other agencies that I represent. The monies you give to these agencies help facilitate all of their activities. And for many seniors in our county, these are seniors that give added inducement and quality to their daily life. For many, it is a lifeline that is crucial to their well-being. Today, in that little handout that I laid on your desk during our interim time period, you can easily see that we come with an urgent mandate by the agencies I represent. You can see that inflation has hit our area
And certainly we can see that if you go back and look at our initial allocation, you notice that our allocation request that has been in the past of $275,000. This year, we are requesting a $310,000. If you figure that out, that's only a 12% increase. Inflation, according to the US government, has been this past year 11.8%. So we certainly could see that we could need to be adequately funded. As a result, we can see that our budget's requests for the past 4 years have been stalemated with no increases at all. We have been kept at that same number. And so meanwhile, as you are well aware, as we said, the cost of everything has seen increases. I have great admiration for how these various agencies have been able to keep their services viable and purposeful for the people that they serve. But today, several of them are facing a real crisis. They're running out of money to provide the basic services they offer. An example is the Flint Hills Area Agency. Riley County is one of 18 counties that receive their services. This agency oversees the Friendship Meals Program. The area's headquarters are located here in Manhattan. As such, Riley County gains a financial benefit by having its personnel and the bulk of their resources centered in our county. I think they actually estimate it might be a gift of about $2 million added to the local economy by having them being located here. But being one of the 18 counties, Riley County has to share responsibility for meeting the financial needs of this agency. Riley County has the largest population of all the counties they represent and the second largest amount of citizens over 65. With that being said, Riley County's share of the total budget is crucial to their operation. The Friendship Meals, which is really the hand-delivered meal program, is a very popular and well-regarded program. But without the budget request that they have requested and the supplement that's being asked for the pay of their staff by the council, which you see on your form now, is $27,000, the program will probably have to consider cuts to their programs. The request of the Flint Hills Area Agency of Aging is to fund the cost of providing health insurance for the head cook and the assistant cook who provide the meals on a day-to-day basis. And that's recorded in the ask for $51,000, et cetera, because the insurance is up to around 20-some thousand a year. So over 200 people depend upon these meals being prepared for them and delivered by volunteers 5 days a week. It would be a great disservice to them to have these meals only prepared and delivered 4 days a week, which is, as I am told, a possibility if needed funding is not received. I know that in the total scheme of things for the county, our budget request can easily be overlooked. It's only $310,000 and considered not too urgent, as evidenced by the fact that our requests for the past 4 years have been ignored and kept stalemated. But we represent a population of Riley County that is vulnerable. It is in need of the services that our council provides. Many of the recipients of our services are housebound. They do not drive. They do not have any other social interactions except with the contacts that are given and provided by our services. The senior population of Riley County is growing, and the needs for our services are growing as well. We cannot continue to provide these services without adequate funding. Since the COVID crisis is seemingly lessening, all agencies are seeing an increase in the usage of their services. This fact alone puts a greater demand upon the agencies for what they can deliver and provide. So your support is crucial to see these services continue, to see them survive and thrive. I would be remiss to not acknowledge the volunteers who give their time, talents, and energy to facilitate and make all of these agency services be able to perform at a much higher level than could be done if their presence was not there. The budget request would obviously be considerably higher without such a legion of volunteers, people who will deliver the meals, people who give time preparing and sharing the meals at the area, senior areas, etc. We would be having to ask for a lot more money if we had to pay for that work. So as I make this request for funding, I think of Marjorie Wooler of Randolph. She is over 100 years of age. The Randolph Senior Meals is an opportunity for her to get out and share a time of fellowship with others that would not be possible without that service. I think of Meredith Litchfield, my old high school teacher from Raleigh County High, who is a regular at the Manhattan Senior Center. And for him, as well as many others, it is a center that provides a safe outing and opportunities for interactions that would not be available in an at-home setting. I think of several of my friends who deliver the friendship meals and the affirmations that they give to the worth of such a program. They tell of the friendships that are made with the people to whom they deliver, and they tell of being the one on whom they, because they are there every day, find out about issues that need to be addressed and to attended to, or as happened to a couple of them, they were the ones to be the first to find that their meal recipient had died. These are just a couple of illustrations of the worth of the services being offered in Riley County. The need is great, and I cannot say it any stronger. Do not simply tell these agencies that are giving such vital services that they must do all that they do with the same amount of money you have given them for the past 4 years. The senior population of Riley County deserves your total support. And with such a major support, you are telling them in a very positive way that they matter. Seniors of Riley County in the past have given. Now it is time to give to them. Thank you. Any questions? Obviously, with the inflation, several of these are really having to be very innovative in how they provide these services and such. When the area agency came up and said they had the friendship meals, we suggested to them, why don't you charge more? Because suggested pay is $3 a meal. Well, as I understand it, under the provision of the legislation that provided this, the pay is whatever the person feels they want to pay. And so I think they said the average receipt that they get is about $1.67 per meal. So you could ask for $10 and it won't make any difference. And so as a result, what we have to, it comes back to being out of particularly there. So what we have done on the Riley County Senior Council on Aging is we have that supplement because as I understand it, I think correct, your pay is $8 an hour.
Base wage.
Base wage. So when you hire a cook for $8 an hour, they can go down and flip hamburgers at McDonald's for $16 an hour. So a couple of years ago, then with that supplement, we were able to come up with some money, and now we need to continue on with it to get that pay up to $15 an hour. Because obviously at that time, the head cook stayed on, the assistant cooks chose to quit. And it's been a lot hard effort to try to find even an assistant cook to come in and do that. So basically, we have tried to come up and keep things going and such. Now, I know that to facilitate this, the Leonardville senior meals, they charge $3. The Riley senior meals charge $5. The Randolph senior meals charge $7 as an effort to, because now you're going to have a caterer provide the meal. And most of them are wanting like $10 to $11 per meal. And so they can try to defray the cost by charging more to the people that take the meals. So the effort is there. And in many cases, for a lot of these people, especially the older people, this is the only outing they get as they come out and have a chance to be together and to share time and such at this point. So that's our request, and we would sure appreciate it to be adequately funded so we could carry forth and be as effective and as helpful as we can be to a very vulnerable part of our population. Any questions?
Do you get other funding? You guys get grants, I assume, sometimes?
I think that we ourselves have not got grants, but I think that the Manhattan Senior Center has applied for grants and they have gotten grants to help facilitate with their overall operation. And have you got grants for this? Is our representative from the.
I'm Julie Gover Walter, Executive Director of North Central Flint Hills Area Agency on Aging. And to answer your question, Commissioner Ford, we are able to provide home delivered meals as well as the congregate meals, thanks to grants primarily for those friendship meals from the Older Americans Act. And again, there are, whenever you get federal money, you have certain rules that you have to enforce. And one of those is that anyone can come to the senior center if you're over age 60, fill out a one-page assessment, and you can have a meal. It's a nutritious meal, hot, and our cooks do a great job of making them happy meals for seniors, sort of good nutrition. But you can get that meal on a contribution basis, voluntary contribution, which is $4 is the suggested contribution right now. However, as we know, the contribution is certainly less than that, closer to $1.75, I think, a meal. What our actual contributions, but our costs are right now right at $7 a meal.
And just because I'm not familiar, you talk about the delivered meals, are meals available at the senior center too? Or
At the Manhattan Senior Center, and
is that you say 5 days a week?
5 days a week currently, and our goal is to keep it 5 days a week.
And there's some sort of there, but there's also delivery. The deliveries are just in Manhattan.
The deliveries are in the Manhattan area. We also have a delivery route to Ogden.
And
Yes.
and we,
Yeah.
I'm Liz Nelson. I'm the director of Manhattan Senior Center. And in years past, there's been considerable effort to create delivery routes for the rest of the county. And I've been in the director position for a year, and prior to that, I was the program coordinator for 3 years. So in those 4 years, it wasn't happening then. A lot of that was during COVID, but I believe those efforts had been made prior to that point. And I know that there were a lot of speed bumps along the way, and it was very difficult to find people just to be the delivery drivers. I think that was the holdup. And so now I've been back in communication with folks in Zendale, Randolph, Riley, and Leonardville, and we're making baby steps and strides to look toward things, not only with meals, but with other ways to do more outreach to the rest of the county. Because that's, we get, of the senior centers in the area being the biggest one, we get a good support from the county commissioners. And we're hoping to get more support. We're hoping that will go up some, but really that's been a goal of mine since I came on board, and now we're finally in the position of being able to just make a push for more programming, more people being available to the other senior centers in the area to kind of beef up and improve their services, because it's hard to do on your own, and you need a team around you. And so I'm hoping we can help be that team.
Yeah. Do you get funding from Manhattan, City of Manhattan?
No, we don't.
I can just tell you, we thought the fact that you didn't want to be Leavenworth County Senior Center, now you're Manhattan one.
Riley County. You know what? Okay, so I'm glad you asked that. And that was when I started, so when I was program coordinator, the former director, Jamie Ramsey, who'd been there for 33 years, she started the conversation with me about changing the name. She said, we've got to change. It doesn't, at this point, I don't remember every reason why she said, but some of it was that with her long experience, and she was always looking forward and trying to be relevant, and she wanted to be cutting edge. And she would go, anytime she left the state, she would go visit. If she was in a town, she went to the senior center. She wanted to see what was happening. And she felt like Manhattan, the Riley County Senior Center, or Manhattan Senior Center should be a leader in that area. So the decision to change was not based because we did not want to be affiliated with Riley County. It did have something to do with wanting to reflect where we were. So we had started to see a preponderance of people saying, I can't find you. I don't know. I was trying to Google you, couldn't find you. I didn't know where you were. And every other senior center in the county is named after the community they're in. So I kind of, I started with kind of this soft questioning of people. What do you think? What would you choose? I presented options. What do you think is the best one? So I started with the membership. And the one that they kept coming back to was Manhattan Senior Center. Then, I don't know if folks here saw them, but I did send out an email to every commissioner asking for their feedback. I only got one response, and that was in the positive. We put it up for a vote with the membership, and to let you know, that was the main thing. Your question right now is the main thing that people asked. Are we going to make people think they can't come in if they're not from Manhattan? And my response has always been the change of name is not changing our mission. And that's a piece of it that I'm always trying to put at the forefront as to who we serve and who we're here for. Then other kind of pieces of it are, it was a very long wieldy name. It's not as long and wieldy as North Central Flint Hills Area Agency on Aging and Disability Services. And so when you call them, you have to wait 5 minutes before you can even talk to the receptionist. But that did have something to do with it. We also had funky grammatical stuff in our name where we had a plural possessive, which puts an apostrophe at the end of the plural of a name. There were things relative to email addresses, to web searches and things like that that I felt needed to align better to our technological age. And then the other thing is, there's a Riley Senior Center and there's a Riley County Senior Center. And having been part of the community up in Riley, due to my kids going to school up there, it's a bummer when you feel like your identity is kind of stolen by something. And so they were actually my biggest booster for changing the name, the folks at the Riley Senior Center. So I just have to say they were pretty happy that we were no longer in Riley County. So that's the kind of response I got. But yes, the first question was, is it going to change? Will people not know? And I said, well, Emporia is Emporia Senior Center, and most of them are. I don't know, I'm talking, but that's the reason. Yeah.
Any other questions? Obviously, the Manhattan Center has their board of directors. We have our board. They'll have their board. So I said, when you have 3 governmental entities coming in there, it's not fun. And I sometimes wonder, how did I ever get into this and stuff? But anyway, that's our request, and we trust you will take it under advisement. And we are certainly needing the funds for you. So for the first time in 4 years, I come to you say, we really need to have a little bit of it. We need to have some increase. So I really appreciate it. Any other questions? Thank you so much for your patience and understanding. Appreciate it.
Yes, we don't have time to go, so.
Commissioner McKinley. Jane.
I know.
Okay, just wanted to make sure you knew I had spoken to her directly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Time for John Ellerman, commissioners.
Good morning, John Ellerman, Public Works. And I am also here to ask to fill a position of customer service representative. And you've read my memo, but to go on what from Shiloh's conversation. This position is filling the vacated position. She moved up and took the administrative clerk position that we had open a couple of weeks ago. And that position was only vacated because of some medical reasons and she couldn't continue working. Otherwise, I've had a whole lot of turnover, except for Rich doing somebody.
You knew that was coming.
I was waiting for this.
It wasn't gonna
Should have
last.
bet the over and under when that was gonna come up.
So, I mean, since I've been around the 2.5 years, I think Donna's my most recent, 8 months, or more, almost a year, I guess now in public works. Everybody else has been there. To, I guess Julie 40 something years ago. But she's moved up to the state, so. It's a position we need, it's the first person you see when you come in the building. She answers the phone, answers the door, schedules the meeting rooms, conference room. Collects bills from people or payments from people paying their bills. Does the receiving as they come in. And is the position the backup to the customer service work for the position. Needed position, budgeted position at the time.
So you will post this internally as well as externally?
Yes, we'll post externally, and when it goes that way, it goes internal too. Everybody got the opportunity to.
You try to steal one back.
I could try. No. Not less.
Do I have a motion or any discussion?
Take 15. Nothing's been updated with the position. No.
I think there's one that we will put some more update on, or at least to confirm the backup to the administrative clerk one. That's not in here.
The main duties and everything are still all the same.
It says serves as backup to account. Position.
Right, the one
Is that
we
what we're
just
talking
filled.
about?
The person that was in this position just filled out.
Okay.
I think once again, I'm just gonna beat a dead horse with a stick, but entry level position, something we're gonna have to. Regardless if it's advancement or not, we're gonna have to look at.
This one we stayed.
Yeah, I'll be kind of interested to see how many applicants and what the process is for it, just so I'm tracking.
If I remember right, when we had the last one open over a year ago. For that, I mean, we received 20 to 30 applications, so we still received a lot of applications.
And just out of curiosity, and let's revert back to Shiloh's 70, I'm out of those, how many of them were, let's say, qualified? And I'm not gonna say highly qualified, and just.
So for Shiloh's position, there were quite a few that were qualified. We actually had the one that was hired for the position, actually was doing the same thing in Pot County.
Okay.
And so we were fortunate enough to have an application of someone who was already doing all the job duties. With Shiloh's position, there aren't a lot of people who have the exact job duties that they're currently doing, but they do have customer service experience with the public. But we were fortunate enough, Shiloh had an exact applicant of the exact same duties. When John went through the other rounds a year ago, I mean, there were quite a few that did have experience in the position.
It's good to know. That's that. That's all I've got.
Like move to approve filling the public works customer service representative one position.
Second.
Then moved and seconded to, fill out public works, fill the customer service representative one position, all in favor? Aye.
All three times, please.
Thank you.
Thanks for asking that question. Yeah.
So
Last group.
Yeah.
Got a non-answer.
Huh?
Got a non-answer.
yeah,
No.
Mhm. Impossible.
Well, we have one county that he, Neil's the county road, and he- he threw him out. We know- Anyway. I'm gonna try to run home real quick. There's a dog out.
I'd make the suggestion of driving home and letting the dog out instead of running if it's raining.
Yeah, it'd be better, yeah, it would take me about.
Get
An hour to get there.
halfway there and have to run
I
back.
don't think I'd even make it.
No, I didn't think it. Jane used it, why don't we talk to Jane? Okay. What is the confusion between the?
Well, that's like,
Isn't it
like,
Riley
it's like
Senior
saying
Center?
the city of Riley shouldn't be named the city of Riley because we're Riley County. And
Well, and the thing is, there isn't a Riley Senior Center, there's Riley Senior Meals. There's not a Riley Senior Center, and the same way with all the others. There's more centers, it's Riley Center Meals, it's just one or twice a month. Some of the others are once a week.
Yeah, they
That's
are.
exactly how I was
Every
gonna
day.
ask, I was gonna ask the question if no one else did it, so the chair let me, is how much money does the city of Manhattan give you?
Well, you did. ask
I
that.
did.
Yeah, I know, that's exactly how I was gonna.
I,
Are they going to, or they gotta? I don't know.
Well, with them combining special alcohol and social service, I have no idea.
No, it
Probably not this year for sure.
doesn't seem right, because we serve mainly,
Yeah, and so they
most of
changed
the
it,
population is right.
so they changed it to Manhattan City, so now does that confuse Riley County residents? They can't get the service?
Yeah,
I mean, they gave no answer.
no. Well, a lot of talk.
Oh, absolutely, I was thinking that exactly. I was wondering if the rest of the audience realized that. Yeah. It was. Oh, I'm hungry, John.
Watch my door.
Uh-oh.
That's like. The days not have lunch brought in.
That's just what I was gonna say to you. I was just thinking, and I thought of it earlier. I thought we should just brought Pete's then.
Takes me 15 minutes to get home, 15 minutes back.
But your dog is so happy.
Well,
But no, anytime you think of that, Catherine, we can.
no food for me.
Yeah, no, yeah, anytime you want to. Even
Yeah.
if it's that day, if you say something, we can have Cindy get something.
Yeah, yeah, well, we figured out that. I didn't even think about, I was thinking it was. I know, fine.
Yeah, Yeah, that's what's supposed to start.
It was.
Okay, then you're back. You're back. Thank you. Yeah, saw that, thanks. Short notice. It's like you're the only one this afternoon.
Good, we're adjourned.
Can't do that after all the work I did.
Is it just me and you, Catherine? Hi. Hello.
Well, John's car, truck was not in the spot, so when I came in, he wasn't here.
Oh, really?
Great guy.
Brad was here though.
Yes, I mean,
See, the traffic's really nuts out there with the rain and there's all these trucks and Fort Riley's a mess, Anderson's a mess. And,
We don't start, we can get behind.
oh, we have all night, right?
I do. I really want to.
Really good.
Ready for Robin?
yes. Yeah.
The old
Yeah, you know, the way to do well in country.
Already.
Yeah.
We're up and live. So
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Okay, Robin, are you ready?
Yeah. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I looked at the calendar. You have a long day today. Lots of things going on. If you don't know them, I would like to introduce three of our board members. Doncha McDonald, there in the back row, Stan Wilson and Ann Brown. And they all, Ann and Doncha represent Riley County. And then Stan represents adults with severe and persistent mental illnesses. So he's a special appointee on the board, but of course, they're all from Riley County. And then Ann is a member of, or she's the president of our governing board this year. So I know that today I have till 1:30, so I'm gonna move quickly. This is the 18th year that I have made a budget presentation to Riley County. 18th year. Yes, I've been doing this for quite a while, and not just to Riley County, but to all 10 counties in Pawnee's service area. You know, some years I've asked for nothing. And now that I have 18 years to reflect back, you know, that was probably a mistake. To have let years go by where I didn't ask for an increase. Some years I've asked for a modest increase, and that might have been a mistake. This year I'm asking for a large increase. Whether I get a large increase or not, I for sure am not going to get it for the agency if I don't ask for it. May not get it if I do ask for it. But I feel that it's my obligation to our community, to our clients, and to our staff to articulate what the need is, and for you to at the least understand what the need is. So I'm not going to actually walk through the letter itself, but the letter summarizes, or I'm going to summarize everything that's in the letter. If you turn to the very last page, you'll see that I'm asking that Riley County increase its current funding of community mental health from $300,000 annually to $600,000 annually. The very last, I guess it's the second to last paragraph, you'll see that Riley County accounts for 41.38% of all the clients served by Pawnee Mental Health, but only 28% of all of our county funding. So those numbers again, over 41% of all the clients we serve have Riley County addresses. But of our county funding, Riley County only accounts for 28% of all the funding that we receive from our counties. And of course, that county funding helps offset write-offs from our sliding fee scale, which is for people who don't have health insurance,
It helps offset write-offs from bad debt and non-covered services. And that funding is critical because it directly impacts our ability to recruit and retain staff to meet the needs of the community. If you want to look at, again, at the letter that I prepared, page, let's see, page 3, it'll be the third bullet down. You'll see that Pawnee provided over $5.4 million in services to Riley County residents in fiscal year 22, and over 2.1 million of that was uncompensated. And that was uncompensated for those reasons that I articulated earlier, sliding fee scale, bad debt, and then services that are not covered by health insurance. We were fortunate because of the pandemic to receive some substantial one-time federal COVID relief funding. That funding provided the absolutely necessary resources to help us continue to serve the community. That one-time money definitely served its purposes, but it's gone. It did exactly what it was intended to do, which was to help sustain our organization during that time. And I find it ironic that today is the official end of the pandemic. May 11th, but anyway, that's besides the point. It is fortuitous that in 2021, the Kansas legislature passed House Bill 2208 into law, making Kansas the first state in the nation to identify a model of service delivery known as CCBHC to be the solution to the mental health and substance use crisis facing our state. CCBHC stands for Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinic. I think I've talked a little bit about that in some of my quarterly updates. CCBHC is a federal Medicaid model. It focuses on whole person care or the integration of physical and behavioral health care. It has long been recognized that people with mental illnesses die 25 years before the general population due to the lack of attention to their physical health care needs. The Kansas law that was passed in the spring of 21 requires the transition of the Kansas community mental health system to the CCBHC model by July 1st of 2024. I'm excited to let you know that Pawnee has received provisional certification as a CCBHC effective this July 1st. So what that means for Riley County is that Medicaid services that we provide under the CCBHC model will be paid based on the cost of providing and expanding services to meet the needs of the community, and not based on the rates that were established 20 years ago, which is how we're being paid today. And wouldn't you love it if in Riley County, you were able to pay bills based on what they cost 20 years ago? I mean, that would be amazing, wouldn't it? Except when you are the one that's being paid. And Pawnee is the one that's being paid those Medicaid rates that are 20 years old. And those are the circumstances under which we have delivered mental health services across our 10 counties. And the reason I put so much emphasis on that is because the fees we generate for services are still our largest source of revenue, and Medicaid is the largest portion of those fees for service that we generate. So this will provide, being paid based on the cost of providing and expanding the services, will set us up to be able to pay wages and salaries that are competitive to recruit and retain staff to meet the community's needs. But in spite of the good news, we are still going to continue to serve uninsured individuals and underinsured individuals in our community. And so county funding remains critical for us to be able to continue to serve those constituents. Because in spite of the CCBHC model, we still do not have Medicaid expansion in the state. There still are numbers of people who are not going to be eligible for Medicaid or who are not going to have other third-party payers who are paying for access to their mental health care. So I appreciate you giving serious consideration to my request and am certainly open to any questions that you might have. I guess I would draw attention also to the bullets on page 3. You can see that Riley County spends about $4.04 annually per capita. The annual per capita spending across counties, 10 counties, is $8.34. And that's just another bullet point or piece of information that helps you get some sense of how it is Riley County funding compares to the funding from our other 9 counties. That hopefully also helps illustrate how it's possible that Riley County could have 41% of all of our clients, but only be contributing 28% of all of our county funding. Other information that might be of help would be to look at that second bullet where we illustrate how many Riley County residents were served by our crisis services program. You can see that there were 1,181 who were served by crisis services. 452 were served in the ER, 714 came directly to the CSU, 15 were screened in the jail, and then 294 Riley County citizens were admitted to the CSU. I guess I would also point out under that third bullet that at the end of fiscal year 22, we showed a profit of $536. I probably don't need to say much more about that, do I?
So you're considering all of Riley County, you don't break it out by city and county?
We break our information down by county. So when we take a look at the whole, we have 10 different silos, and we have a silo for each county. And all these figures are based on information regarding the address of where the person that we provided the service to lives. So if we have people from Pottawatomie County who are served in Riley County, that appears on Pottawatomie County's report. Or if people from Clay County receive services in Riley County, that appears on Clay County's report. So the numbers of people served in Riley County is people with Riley County home addresses. And we feel like that's the cleanest way to separate it.
But you don't break it down to city residents.
We don't break it down.
Can't
to
really
city.
do that.
Excuse me?
It'd be tough to do that using zip code.
I don't, it may be, we just transferred to a new electronic health record. It might be that under the new electronic health record, we could run reports based on zip code. We've never tried to.
But you have several. Sorry for being late. There was a wreck up on Kimball and I just couldn't help it.
Hopefully I missed that one.
Yeah, so I apologize. There's several city zip codes too, so.
And there are
02 and 03, basically.
06,
06,
University.
03 gets me, and I live 15 miles north.
Yeah.
06 is the, 05 is the post office, so it's 06.
06 is a university.
Oh, okay.
That's awful challenging in that.
We just run it based by their home addresses and what county of residence they live in. And part of why we do that is because we recognize that people travel outside of their county to receive services. And we just think that our commissioners really want to know who are the residents of their county who are receiving services, and not so much which county are they driving to get services from. Because they're the taxpayers. You know, in your county. So John, you just missed hearing me say that basically, if I ask for no increase, I'm gonna get no increase. I need to just ask what I think it is that we need, and then, of course, leave it up to you to work your magic.
I think that's kind of how we've done it each of the
Yeah.
last 4 prior years, so even through COVID, so yeah, it makes sense.
It's quite an ask from 300 to 600.
It is. Which is why I say I probably have under asked in previous years, because to be at the point where 41% of all our clients have Riley County addresses, but only 28% of all of our county funding comes from Riley County. I probably shouldn't have let it get to that point. I probably should have been asking for a lot more money all along, so that the proportions were more equal. And so that if 41% of all of our clients are from Riley County, that 41% of all of our funding is from Riley County.
Well, do you have facilities in other counties?
We have facilities in every county.
Every county?
Yes.
Staff
Sure
there?
do. Yeah. Now, our Concordia acts as the kind of hub of the 5 westernmost counties. And so, except for Beloit, we have people that live in Mitchell County as well as Cloud County, but for the other westernmost counties, our staff drive into those counties to provide services. In the same way that, and that varies from year to year, depending on who we're able to recruit and retain and where they live. But we do have buildings in every county. Some are leased, some are owned.
Any questions?
Fortunately, if I chose one to be late for, this is probably the one, because
It would be the one you know the most
that's
about.
the one I know the most about, so that worked out pretty well. Yeah, yeah.
John, and we, yeah, I want to also mention that in the beginning, I introduced our board members, and then John, of course, is also on our governing board, and so he has the opportunity to hear the story, see the numbers each and every month. So he has a pretty good handle on our organization, and John also serves on our finance committee. And so he has the ability to take a look at these numbers each and every month as well. Okay, well, thank you so much for your time, and
Thank you, everybody. Sorry I was late. I wasn't trying to be.
Everybody's busy these days.
Traffic in this town sometimes too. geez. And of course, it's raining, so that changes everybody's mindset too, you know.
Yeah, sure.
We're going really slow and we're going really fast.
Yeah. And it's lunchtime.
Where was the wreck at?
Jared, you ready?
Just over there by the stadium.
Oh,
I just went to drop off,
yes.
I just went to drop off a package
That'll teach you.
Because I
I
went
know.
by there, that was the.
We're doing wreck. over by the stadium, over by the
I'll fix it for you.
rec center.
Yeah.
No, but it turned everybody around, so it blocked off both lanes. And so, yeah. I just had to sit there and wait.
By probably a minute.
But just on Anderson, it's just.
I never took.
We will get a little bit of a reprieve here after what this weekend.
Do you need a restroom break or anything?
No.
Just rule down.
We're good.
Everybody, would you like us to just roll through it?
Yeah.
Okay, we are the Be Able team, and we are very grateful to be here and to get on the docket here. So my name is Scott Goose, and been the executive director since the beginning.
And my name is Jared Guerin, came on staff around January of last year as operations director. Yep.
Yeah, and so we have we wanted to give an overview just in case no one has heard about what we do. We've prepared a PowerPoint to kind of go over Just who we are, basically.
So, just starting off with our mission, and it's all about engaging those going through times of adversity. And for me, I could think of that one time or two times in my life where I needed somebody by my side to help get me out of that situation that I was in, and the circumstances that were just the toughest. Right now on my phone, I have 10 people on speed dial that I can call that can come by my side and help me through those tough times. And the people that we're working with, they don't have that list of people. They don't have that support system in place, that community to come alongside them. And that's what Be Able is all about.
Yeah, to go deeper, so adversity could mean a lot of things. The common phrase that people say, oh, you're Be Able, you work with the homeless population. And yes, we do, but we are much more than that. So I would say just near 80% of the individuals we see are not homeless. And so there's quite a bit more. And so that word in our mission statement of adversity really encompasses so much more. A lot of it's hidden. It could be trauma related, it could be addiction related, relationships. So what we want to do is create healthy connections around people, perhaps for the first time ever, surrounding them with a healthy circle of influence through staff members, through volunteers. And so we're relying on the community of Manhattan to come down and be a volunteer in somebody's life. We want to cultivate skills of employment, social interaction skills, the basics of life. We want to really work on those life skills so they can begin to take that next step. And then most importantly, what we try to do every day is open doors of opportunity. We can't make people get the job. We can't make them make the right decisions, but what we can do all day long is create that moment where if they see fit, they can choose to do that. So we're doing that every day.
So there are 4 parts of our strategy that we call our pillars, and we focus on area of housing, employment, health and wellness. That's both physical and mental, and also the community aspect, which is based around long-term mentorship. Now, what we find is going on to the next one here, keep it moving. What we found is one person may come in, maybe they have I'm being evicted tomorrow. What do I do? And we come up with a plan. We find out there are much more factors that play into that circumstance than just housing. And as we're having those in-depth conversations and working people through the collaborative coaching plan that we have at Be Able, we find that it's just not one thing that's missing, like maybe physical health. And if even just 2 of those needs of their life are missing, it's like a wheel that just doesn't operate. And what we find is it's more than 2, it's more than 3. There are many different aspects of people's lives that are broken. And that kind of leads us to what we think makes Be Able just a little bit different than some other places in town, is that we would try to focus on relationships. The fact that we want to be transformational and not just and not transactional.
Yeah, so Manhattan, as we all know, has wonderful social service entities, other delivery models, hospital systems, really good, top notch. It's proven, but a lot of them are, I would say, somewhat transactional. If I know I need food, I know where to go. If I need food stamps, I know where to go. Clothing, my electric bill goes out, I can go there. I walk in, say what I need. If I fit the box, I get it, I'm gone. But where we're a little bit different is we are there try to be there from the beginning and work people through that long road to betterment and taking that next step. Often people get distracted along the way. They forget to do something. They get frustrated. And what we're finding, we are helping to build a bridge to other entities, other social service entities. They've had bad experiences with mental health services or the hospital or the police department. What we're doing is having tough conversations with people to help perhaps reframe their perspective on what happened and maybe pick themselves back up to go approach it again. So we work both ways on advocating for the neighbor, but also advocating for the other social service programs out there.
So there are many stories of people who come through Be Able that they come at the lowest time of their life, lost in addiction, homelessness, long-term unemployment, and through Be Able they find hope and community and a plan that we help work them through and walk with them through the mess and the setbacks and the victories. And Regina is just one instance. We have video, but there's Regina right there. So we have a video. It's not going to play on this PDF file, I guess. However, just to tell you a little bit of backstory about Regina, she came to Be Able, escaping domestic violence. Many years of being verbally and physically abused. Her self-worth was very, very low, and Be Able helped get her back on the right track.
Yeah. So what it took for her, we had to earn trust again. We had to show love, just endless amounts of love. And so she was somebody who comes into our doors and is very quiet. Just hangs out on the peripheral outside edges. And just over time, I think that we earn trust just through our actions and who we are. And so she finally starts to open up and just spills out all of this past trauma history. So she is fleeing a situation from many states away, comes to Manhattan for a fresh start, has nobody here. And so what we helped her do is get into a housing situation, and then also fill out a K-State application to be on custodial staff there. And when she got her approval that she was approved to work at K-State, she got a message from the president at K-State and just started to cry. And I think, we take that for granted, we just fly through that. But for her, she was accepted again. And so those are just like tiny moments of just huge efficacy.
And even just yesterday, Regina called Be Able, and she needed a ride for her daughter, who was pregnant with her first child, to get to her doctor's appointment. So we facilitated a ride with a volunteer to take her over to her appointment. And afterwards, her daughter came to Be Able for the first time. Her name is Kalola. And with Kalola, she needed a birth certificate so she could get an application for food stamps. And Regina was making those introductions. She's like, okay, this is Jared. He's a little quieter. He's on the computer a lot. However, he's very, very helpful. And started introducing her around to people there, saying, I trust these people, and you can too. Those stories about Regina happen very regularly at Be Able. Just really quickly, 30 seconds about how we began in 2020.
2020, so we've only been open for about 3 years now, not quite 3. And we've proven ourselves, and we know that through our numbers of the people who walk in our door. When we started, we opened in the height of the pandemic, COVID pandemic, everything was closed. And we decided, hey, now more than ever, something needs to open for people in need. So we did it, not knowing how many or anything like that. For the first several weeks, we had 5 people approximately would come in. But fast forward to today, we're seeing just short of 50 different people per day are walking in asking for some type of assistance. So what was it last year? 800?
800 served, 165 on a monthly basis. And we're seeing that the need, especially after COVID, is definitely growing.
Yeah.
Some more metrics. We, as much as possible, try to measure the steps that are taken towards success. And the areas that we track in are housing, employment, health and wellness, identification. What a lot of people don't realize is when people come to Be Able, they come empty-handed and they want a job, but they don't have identification. So we're starting from square one. A birth certificate, state ID, social security card, and walking them through those steps for identification recovery. And also transportation is a huge thing as well. Getting them reliable transportation in the way of bicycles. We've taken the the city's program for essential bikes, where we take used bicycles, fix them up and get them to people in the community that need them. We've probably seen 120 go out over the past 7 or 8 months through that program. And then how we're funded. I would like to say locally. Local grants, local organizations, local individuals. The grants, just a few that I listed there. Local organizations through business sponsorships for events that we do, clubs, churches, you name it. And then local individuals. That's the bulk of our funding. People who believe in our community and they're generous people and want to see us succeed. And we were pleased that we did well on Grow Green Match Day. And it just kind of shows that we have the backing of our community as well. Wrapping it up with a couple new initiatives for 2023. Can you talk a little bit about?
So we've have just now entered going into the Riley County Police Department to implement a mentorship program with the inmates there. We're going in weekly now because what we were finding is inmates were being released without a plan, without a purpose, most definitely without the necessary resources. And it's not necessarily the jail's fault at all. It's more just the circumstances. But our way to offset that is to go in there, begin to develop the relationships with the inmates and a small goal plan of attack, identifying what they need to be successful, and then most importantly, encouraging them once they're out to come to be able find us. We already have a plan of attack ready to go. It's working really well. We know that because we're getting phone calls from inmates who have heard about this program and are just really yearning to get involved with it. We are beginning to think about providing letters of approval and acceptance into this program that an inmate can take to his judge or probation officer, which we can advocate and vouch for their willingness for progress. Also down there right now, we are currently building and we've implemented a shower and laundry facility, which is huge. It's phase 1 of our 5-phase long-term plan. But we have successfully secured the monies and begun the building process. 5 weeks away from having on-site laundry and showers, which is going to be huge.
That is huge. I know when people get job interviews.
Oh.
Then they don't have a place to get clothes or take a shower, those kinds of things.
Exactly. That's our philosophy. If the chance, we're willing to bet that if somebody feels good, looks good, the odds of them going to get a job and doing an interview well, it's going to pay off. Exactly.
When I was chatting with one of the neighbors down there, his name is Andrew. He's like, something like this is the difference between losing and keeping a job. If he needs a period of time where he has to keep his job, save up money to get into transitional housing, those showers will be there to make sure it happens.
Yeah, laundry facilities are really important too. I know women I've talked to that have kids in school and they can't send them to school because they don't have any clean clothes. Right. And that's a really needed facility.
Exactly.
And so, like I said, we're locally funded through grants, donors, and community organizations, and Be Able doesn't exist without everybody rallying around and coming together to volunteer their time or to financial support. And we are very interested in a partnership. Love to answer any questions you might have.
Yeah, was there an actual appropriation amount? I didn't see any figures or numbers.
No.
Okay.
I mean, we could.
I thought maybe I missed it. I just wanted to make
No.
Okay.
Do you all need that just for frame of reference? I mean, this is our first time, so give us a little grace that way.
Yeah. Budgets are about dollars and figures. So if there's a specific service program, something.
An amount. Yeah. I mean, I'll blow us away.
Well, what's appropriate?
It depends on
Yeah,
what,
it's
basically what your needs basically are, and you know, where
Well,
you think
we are-
it's useful.
We're top heavy on staff dollars for a reason.
Mhm.
And that's ideally where new monies like that would go towards. We have 4.5 staff members.
Yeah.
To serve 50 people per day, we get overwhelmed. We've identified, there's a particular type of role I would love to implement, an individual dealing with social security benefits, qualifying for it, reapplying, things like that, which is vital. And something that in this area, I've identified 2 people in the Riley County area who have that role. So that's it in this entire community. So that would be something that I would put money towards.
Okay, that might be something that you get back with Daryl on.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'll forward you the PowerPoint to them so they can look at it.
Yeah. I have this now, this is the second time I've seen this presentation was concept.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Gotcha.
Well, it's great to see new organizations develop that really do a lot for the community, the people.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do want to get with you and come down and visit sometime when I get a chance.
You bet.
If I get a
You're a
chance.
busy guy.
I know.
Yeah. Open invite.
Okay, absolutely.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Lauren?
Yes. This is our 50th time. Just thought I'd start off with that joke. Yes, Big Lake's 50 years this year. As you're well aware, we are celebrating our 50th anniversary of providing services. I did include my usual report that I give you all along with the budget requests, just kind of give you a status of how things are as far as services are concerned. We are currently serving 219 adults and children with developmental and with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And of course, we provide adult day services, residential services, center-based employment and training, and community employment, case management. And so kind of the whole umbrella under the need with IDD. In Riley County, we have 101. So about half of the population that we serve approximately is from Riley County. The county mill levy funds, as I always explain to you, and you know very well, it helps to support our transportation program. The people that we serve do not have the capacity to drive. Most of them do not have the capacity to negotiate a transit system like what Adabus runs here in town. We do have some who do, but the vast majority of people that we serve just do not have the mental capacity in order to do that. So we have to have a fleet of vehicles to help our clients get to and from our work center, day activities out in the community and community integration activities, get to the doctor, get to the grocery store. Everything that's part of life is really wrapped around transportation services. And that is what, again, what county mill levy is used for. We also use county mill levy to draw down grants from KDOT for the purchase of vehicles. That has been a real challenge, and I'm sure Adabus has been in front of you to talk about what kind of a challenge that is. And it's what's shocking right now is the price of those vehicles. We submitted an application and were approved to get 2 vehicles. That was in 2019. We were supposed to get in 2021. We have yet to get them. And we got notified about a month ago from KDOT that they're taking reapplications for them so we can do the specifications for hopeful delivery next year. The big difference, though, is that when we applied for it in 2019 for 2 vehicles, it was $147,000. They are now $141,000 each. Yeah, wow. I was speechless. I didn't even know what to say to that. The good news, though, is that we were notified with the grant that we are getting. They are going to waive the match portion of it for these 2 vehicles and pay for it with COVID money that they received from the federal level. So we don't have to come up with that match for these vehicles. Yay. but still, that, I don't think it bodes well for the future. As far as being able to purchase and run vehicles, and of course, because we have made a concerted effort to have a good rotation of vehicles through so that the maintenance cost of them doesn't get too overwhelming. Of course, you know, large transit buses are expensive, period. But when we're going on routes out into the country roads, and so, but it's really, really hard on suspensions. And we also have a lot of issues with transmissions. And it just gets expensive. And once they get over 200,000 miles, it gets extremely difficult to get them fixed and keep them fixed. And so we have always been very proactive on applying for grants to get replacements going. Well, the last 3 years has set that just completely back. We have more in our fleet right now than we've had before because we're keeping older buses because we have to keep something on hand in case one breaks down so we can get it in to get fixed and have something that can run because we have to have something running that day. We don't have any choice. So that's making things really, really interesting with transportation services. Further on in the report, you know, and of course, what we use with county mill levy, where we get the minimal 10,000 that we get for operational expenses from KDOT, and then we do charge a fee to our clients, a $60 fee per month for trips to and from, again, all the needs that they have there. And there's only so much I can charge our clients because of the limited amount of Social Security disability that they get. And they have to, you know, pay for rent and utilities and food and clothes and all that too. So all that is pretty limited on what I can do, but we do what we can. And I did increase our transportation fee $10 a month a year ago, when we started seeing the spikes in gas prices, which that's what I'm going to talk about next. Our budget request is on page 4. Let's see if I can get there. I've been mouse challenged today, so there we go. Okay. I'm requesting a 5% increase over our current appropriation, which is $217,260 to $228,123 for next year. I want to point out that we have not gotten an increase from Raleigh County in 4 years. So it's going to be really important for you to help us to offset the costs, which you will see down below, that have increased over the last 5 years. Our gas and oil over the last 5 years is up 25%. And that's not including what's going on now. This is just through 2022. And we know what is going on with gas prices right now. Our vehicle maintenance is up 15%. Insurance is up 15%. All of those are costs that we have to incur. And we have no choice about that. So that is why I am requesting the amount that I am. I'm requesting that from all the counties that we serve to help offset those costs. I think any questions about that specifically before I talk about services? Okay. Our services, of course, you know that we are primarily funded through Medicaid for our service dollars. And we did get a nice increase last year for the first time in a decade. We got a 25% increase, and we did increase our starting pay from $12.50 to $16 an hour. That also increases the personnel costs on the other side. You know how it goes. But I will say, while I'm not thrilled with where we are much better off where we are as far as employees are concerned. A year ago, when I came in front of you, we had 53 full-time equivalent openings. We are now at 27. So we have seen some good results from that. It's not great, but it's better. And I'm encouraged by that. But of course, staffing continues to be probably not probably, but is our biggest obstacle to providing services. We did reopen our admissions in March on a limited basis. We're trying to backfill some of our openings that have occurred because of death or relocation over the last 4 years. We have had shut down admissions for quite some time. And so I have some openings at some of our group homes, and we do have openings at our day program. And so we're trying to fill some of that back in so that we can get more income to help offset these increased costs. But of course, if you bring more people in, the question is what their needs are and what staff needs are. And that's always a delicate balance that we have to do. But I I wish I could say that things were better regarding the waiting list from the state for people with IDD. As you know, there's been a waiting list for a very, very long time for funding for individuals with IDD. In Riley County, 59 have been identified as are waiting. And in the state of Kansas, as of March, 4,950 people are waiting for services, and the average wait is over 10 years now. It makes it very difficult to, of course, it's very difficult on these families that are waiting for services, but as an organization, it's very difficult for us to make future plans when you have no idea who's going to be funded, if they're going to be funded, and then make long-term plans accordingly for housing, for transportation, for all of those needs. It's a very difficult planning process for us. And I joke, but I'm kind of serious. I use my magic 8-ball a lot because I just don't know. And the only thing I can do is look back at what our previous experience has been. And that's kind of the best guide for what I can plan for the next 3 years. I definitely can't plan out longer than that. So I having no idea. I am encouraged by one thing that did happen with the state legislature this year. They did pass, it was a budget proviso that was added to the budget in which they instructed KDADs to develop a new community service waiver as a way to address the waiting list. It would provide limited services that might address some of the needs of those that are on the waiting list. If they don't need full-blown day and residential employment services like what we provide, perhaps there is a service model that does meet their needs that doesn't cost as much. Because as you can imagine, 5,000 people on the waiting list for long-term care services, pretty expensive. When you look at that price tag, you're talking multi-million dollars there. So as far as what our goals are for 2024, again, we're going to continue to fill beds until we are full, I hope. To help with some of those costs that we are incurring. I want to also increase our community employment placements for our clients that are interested in working and out in the community. And then, of course, filling staff vacancies is definitely a priority for us. So that's my presentation for this year. Any questions? And as always, if you have any questions, if you want to come out and see us, come out and see us. I think Mr. Ford's scheduled to come see me in a couple of weeks, but I'd love to do a tour with you. I know you came to our gala. Thank you for doing that. I think that was it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed our gala this year. So, and as always, thank you for your support for the last 50 years. 50,
Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. It's amazing to think about. So, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Vernon Turner.
Really rolling and just scroll down on it. I'm Vernon Turner. I'm the president of Flint Hills Veterans Coalition. As you all know, we put on the Veterans Day Parade every year. I'm the newly appointed or elected president for the coalition. So you've probably seen me here with Chuck Sustin in the past and stuff, just kind of learning the ropes of this. So we asked for appropriations just like you've done last year and stuff. So with the Veterans Coalition, besides putting on the Veterans Day Parade, we also provide scholarships to veteran students and ROTC cadets. Yesterday in our meeting, we presented 5 $1,000 checks to veterans and a couple of cadets, ROTC cadets at K-State. We provide these scholarships to Manhattan Christian College, MATC, and K-State. And next month, we'll be awarding another $1,000 scholarship. The individual wasn't able to be present yesterday, so it'll be at next month's meeting. We'll present them. We also have another application that's being processed. So that will be another $7,000, another $1,000 scholarship. So this year will be
giving out $7,000 in scholarships to veterans and cadets. During COVID, a lot of those funds just kind of collected, so we're trying to go ahead and give out as many scholarships as we can, kind of because we have certain grants that we get and funding we get this strictly for scholarships, and that's just been kind of pooling up, so we need to get that out. So that's where that is. Membership's open to all veterans, spouses of veterans, people related to veterans, anybody wanting to support veterans in the community. So that's pretty much in a nutshell. If you have any more questions, glad to answer.
I think you have a little bit more in school now.
For scholarships by one. Yeah, these are our stats from last year's parade. So we had 1,246 adults and children marching in the parade. It's one of the largest, if not the largest, Veterans Day parade in the state, I believe. So. And we're already starting to get in applications for the parade already. So, for this year, so. And this year's theme is Veterans of the Cold War. So we have a large span there to pull from. So.
Is there an amount you're asking for?
According to the budget numbers I had, is I think you guys give us 1,015 last year, and that's what I requested this year. So no increase. So.
Any other questions?
Look forward to the parade and activities this year. Mother Nature's kind to us once again.
Yes. Yeah, we didn't have the National Guard involved with this year.
Good.
So
Good.
it's really good. They've been coming to our meetings and stuff. So
Good deal.
yeah.
And the year before last was really cold.
Yeah, we had some really cold.
Last year was-
Too bad.
I walked in a few of those really cold ones. Oh, yes. All right.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Captain 210.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
One out of 6 years.
Yeah, you're right.
Too cold.
Too cold.
Even too hot. It's spring cuttings.
Yeah, I thought last year wasn't too bad. It was kind of, but the year before, it was kind of.
Never additionally slow down.
I think we were able to fix it.
Yeah, the spinning motor, it's been the problem.
So the company come out and do everything.
TC, that's who installed it, that's who the contract, but. Let's hope. I think.
It's not like you can mess with it.
Yeah.
These are all outside.
Catherine? Catherine?
Yes. Good afternoon. Catherine Hutzler, Director of the Raleigh County Historical Museum, presenting our budget proposal for 2024. The good news is, we are not asking for much more this year than we did last year. The big change is, of course, going to be personnel. That is an increase of $9,835 over last year. Part of that is because of the end of the year raise, and then changes, of course, with BOCC health insurance, capers, etc. We are not asking for any new positions. These are still the positions that we have had over the last year. And something that I always like to know to the commissioners, and I know you are aware of this, but just as a reminder, the Riley County Historical Society, the nonprofit arm who supports the museum, provides a $20,000 grant to the county to offset the cost of one of those museum assistant positions. Hal Dace is currently in that position, and he is now starting his 5th year with us. So I'm very grateful for that additional support on the society side. As far as contractual services, there are only 3 line items that we're asking for increases this year. That's printing and duplication, and the increase is $175. Then repair and maintain office equipment, an increase of $320. And then repair and maintain building and grounds, that's an increase of $250 from last year. All other line items under contractual services are decreased. And it's been great if we were able to decrease those to offset and above the increases on that category. As far as commodities, there is nothing that we're asking more than we asked for last year. And we are asking in all line items actually decreases from last year. We are not asking for any capital outlays in 2024. So overall, a relatively easygoing budget. I think just now being in this position for a year, have a better understanding of how we need to spend money and how we can save money as a museum. So that is pretty much it in a nutshell. Do the commissioners have any questions?
Pretty straightforward.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate your time.
Next, Commissioner Shallow Hager at 2:20. 13, maybe wasn't enough today, you're back to one.
Yep.
Wish Andy got another credit card.
It's been giving out money, why not come back?
Thank you. To get you.
These arms.
Yeah.
I think it's because it's right behind this chair. I like the email you sent.
Yeah.
I wasn't, that wasn't, we'll talk about it after.
What?
I wasn't wanting to eliminate the updates.
Oh, I'm talking about, that's what we talked about, what I was talking about.
That is what was discussed, we can change it.
Yeah, no, yeah, no.
Yeah.
With that. I don't know.
This.
It's just about. So I'm just gonna be ready.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
5 seconds. Ready?
Okay.
Shiloh Hager, Riley County Treasurer, with my 2024 budget requests. My budget always seems to be pretty easy because there's really not a whole lot that I tend to ask for. Most of the expenses in my office are due to my statutory responsibilities. The biggest portion of my budget obviously is personnel expenses, and that is for 16 employees. We made that change last year because we were continually having to move a person from the motor vehicle department into the general fund. I do have another $300,000 budgeted again for this year to transfer from motor vehicle into the general fund to offset those personnel expenses that are being covered in the general fund for the motor vehicle staff. I did try to keep my 3Cs within the general fund relatively flat. I did increase postage because the postage rates have gone up. Hopefully, in the next couple of years, there was a bill passed that will allow taxpayers the option of having their tax statements emailed to them if they so choose to. So we'll be exploring that possibility in the next near future. It's going to take some programming changes and whatnot, but maybe we might be able to see some of those postage costs come down if we're allowed to do some of that. Last year I did reduce my my Xerox machine lease. I split that between the general fund and my motor vehicle fund. So if you look at the 2022 actuals, I've cut that in half. Last year we discussed the armor car service, how that expense has kept going up. We have made some changes with that service, and we only have them come every other week now instead of every week. The cash in the smart safe is still very secure. We can't open it, and it's actually worked out quite well having them come every other week. And as you can see, I was able to lower the budget for 2024 because of that. Any questions about my general fund budget?
I do have a question.
Okay.
Under your personnel services, everything's gone up except for health insurance, and that's gone down quite a bit. Is there a reason for that?
That those are just the numbers that were provided by HR, so.
Came down like $8,000.
Yeah, looking at the budget sheets, we budget for insurance 21.49 of employees' salaries. So the salary range with new employees and old ones leaving had gone down a little bit, so that makes the insurance rate go down. So we budget a certain percentage based off of each employee's wages.
But that's because people have left or retired.
I did have in 23, I had a few longer term employees leave. And so I brought in lower paid because we just replaced them with entry level positions. So.
But overall salaries went up.
Some went up. Everything went up, but that's.
Yeah, and some of that may have to do with the salary study too, because because the 23 budget, we were still in the midst of that, so.
No, I'm not questioning why it went up. I'm just understanding why the salaries went up, but insurance. I guess maybe the numbers.
We'll double check.
We can definitely look into that.
Yeah, because it seems kind of strange. I don't know.
Okay, yep.
Oh, no, maybe double check when you get your big worksheet. I don't know if this is done.
All right. Okay, anything else on that? Just a reminder, the motor vehicle fund is the fund that is used to fund the motor vehicle operations. We've had numerous conversations about how the revenues within that fund remained relatively flat over the years. And that's why we made the choice last year to move all the personnel out of that fund. Like I just mentioned earlier, I do have in here a $300,000 transfer into the general fund, and anything remaining in that fund at the end of the calendar year will still be transferred to the general fund per statute. Just to give you an idea from last year, my end of year balance of 2022 was only $6,197. some of that had to do with the salary adjustments that were made that hadn't been originally budgeted for. So I'm always trying to be very fiscally responsible with that fund. However, it is technically a non-budgeted fund and it is under the sole control of the treasurer. But everything that I pay out of it is for the motor vehicle operations. The cost for that comes out of there. All of the paper, all the printing supplies, we are completely responsible for all of that. The state no longer provides any of the equipment. And so if we have any of the equipment go down, we're responsible for that. And then currently I'm not budgeting anything to come out of the technology fund at this point in time.
I did see the budget amount for computer hardware in your treasure technology fund.
Because we're required to go ahead and budget it so that if something does come up,
Okay.
we can spend it,
okay.
but right now I don't have any intention on spending anything. You just never know if something comes up or.
I kind of thought that's what that was, but I just.
That's correct,
I
yeah.
had to clarify. Okay, no, that's fine.
Any other questions?
It's gonna pop up and I just wanted to calculate. We'll have to look at the 2023 numbers. The ones projected for 2024 are correct.
Okay.
To our calculations, it looks like health insurance last year, that 216 is significantly higher. It should be like 204. So that's the number that should be there. So
That makes more sense.
yeah, so I'll double check on those, but the 2024 numbers are correct.
Thank you, Michelle.
My question is, you had the motor vehicle transferring 300 out, and you said you moved over. But that transfer to the general fund, you can't transfer it to the treasurer. It goes to the general fund and then back to the treasurer. Why doesn't? I don't know how to juggle how the numbers go, but you're taking money out of there because they're paid under the treasury budget. Right.
Right, they're paid out of the general fund budget. So what I'm saying is that at the end of December, like for 2023, right now, I've got budgeted to transfer 300,000 out of motor vehicle to the general fund to cover some of the 2023 personnel that was paid by the general fund. So
I don't know, I just.
All revenues, all departments under the general fund go into the general fund revenue pot as a whole. And as individual departments don't keep it individually within our department, and that helps reduce the mill levy and everything is an overall revenue source.
right, since we're part of the
You'll
overall
see it on that
general
budget
fund.
worksheet on that second page. It says revenue treasurer, revenue clerk, revenue elections. It all goes into there, the overall calculation for all the individual expenditures within the department. The treasurer's fund, the clerks and elections are all in the general fund, but we have a separate departmental distinction for expenditures. So.
And that helps if you have to do budget amendments or something to be able to go back to that line item and see exactly where it came from.
So any of our revenues, we don't get to keep and expend
Right.
individually as a department in the general fund. In the motor vehicle, she does.
I like that. It's because it
I
shows some
understand-
openness and
I understand why, but it
transparency.
just- I didn't understand why it doesn't show up on the transfer to the treasurer.
It doesn't go to the treasurer, it goes to the general.
I know,
fund.
that's why it doesn't make sense.
Mhm. Yeah, it's always been that way ever since, everybody we've done.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the same as it was last year.
Right.
Mhm.
There is, when you get that first budget.
No, I
I'm sure that's-
understand, I understand the principle. I realize. When budgets. don't make
Well, the
sense.
same reason that us departments don't get to keep the carryover, anything
Right.
that we don't expend doesn't stay there, it gets absorbed in the general fund to help offset the overall revenue. Same thing.
Any other questions? All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Scroll down.
Time for David Adams.
So I'll be in the packet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't scroll down first.
Okay.
David?
Yeah. Sorry.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. David Adams, EMS Ambulance Director, with my 2024 budget. Starting off with my 3 Cs, we've been able to lower it this year. Kind of fluctuates every year with some of the different expenditures that we have based on the year. So it's broken down. So my request is $337,850, which is a decrease of $10,375 or 3% from last year. We're still seeing some increased costs. The contract services, which is our biggest line item, and that is the billing for the billing company for our client services. And as our call volume goes up, they do more work and therefore our bills go up. So, and then we're still seeing, it's not nearly as pronounced as it once was, but increased costs with medical and pharmaceutical supplies. So again, call volume goes up, we use more supplies, and the cost is going up for those as well. So we've made some adjustments, worked with our medical director and with our pharmacy on some of those. But we're not carrying as much extra stock, which we've never carried a lot anyway, but we're able to kind of identify our trends, how often we're using some of this equipment, and then we're also projecting out farther for expiration dates and things like that to kind of keep it so we rotate it a little more, but we're not having as much on hand. So, so we've made some adjustments there. And then there's the technology related to the new station. We have to have Wi-Fi and telephone, cell phone for the trucks, and then the TV services and internet and that kind of thing for the new station. So, but otherwise, we've done pretty well with it, and I was happy to see we're able to bring it down. I started to bring it down a little more, and then some of those pharmacy supplies, some of those prices and such, we started to see with medical supplies, and I said, I better be careful there. So, and then our patient service fees are anticipated as our call volume goes up. Again, we're seeing increased revenue with those. So the last couple of years, I noticed I had I was too low on my assumptions on the payments. So I adjusted a little bit, and we anticipate collected fees of $1,553,001, which is an increase of $227,836 from 2023. As I stated there, it's from call volume, but also if you recall a year ago, the states had increased our Medicaid reimbursements up to 85% of what the allowable is for Medicare rural. This year, they increased it now to 100%. So that'll start in July of this year. So there's a little bit of an adjustment there in the right direction for us as well. So, and again, just we'll base the service fees are dependent on call volume, the insurance, and the distance traveled to the appropriate facilities. Those are what we bill off of and what we get our reimbursements from. So there's most all of that, quite frankly, is out of our hands. It's just based on the call and the patients that we're taking care of. So, any questions on that?
You said your technology went up. I don't see the line item where that it's showing that.
Well, it did. I was hoping to go down with it, and I didn't.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm
Yes.
looking at that going, that actually, most of them actually did go down.
Yeah.
So, okay.
It just adjusted because and then personnel, no changing in our personnel staffing wise. So personnel is tied directly to from HR and such. And then the line items. So we were able to, I was hoping to make some adjustments. We've made some adjustments with IT and some of our carriers and some of the things that we do. So we're able to bring some things down, but just or hold steady, but not as much as I kind of projected.
Okay. Well, you said those revenue numbers, you said you write it. those revenue numbers might be adjusted more when you haven't gotten the final numbers from this, for their adjustments for this year.
I'll never know, we won't know till really February of next year
okay.
what they are, because it's always this 30 to 60 days behind. You bill it right away, but then insurance will pay a certain amount, but then they have co-pays, and things like that. So you really can't, they say if you want to be absolutely accurate, it's 6 months after the end of the year, but we have a pretty good idea. So, but yeah, I projected it to come up. I'm comfortable at 1.553 million. But the way our call volume is going, we may exceed that again. So I know we were 120 calls higher the first 3 months this year than we were 3 months last year. So but it's so hard to predict. I think on Monday, the crew ran 23 calls, but then the crew yesterday ran 9. So yeah.
And the personnel numbers for next year includes the 6 new ones for the new
Yes.
station, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
No, okay. I was letting you finish. I didn't want you were reading and I didn't want to interrupt you. So, okay, all right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Michael Buller at 2:45. No break.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sure.
Michael.
Good, sir. Loving this rain.
Yeah, I hope it keeps up tonight. I hope we get another good dose tonight.
I think it's staying a little cloudy and cooler this afternoon. The humidity and dew points up. We'll keep the severe weather chance down. They went down.
As long as we get large volumes of
It's good with that. My painting project turned out great.
Good.
I used that and I took some neutral based brown that I had. I mixed it together with it and turned out to be a real light chocolate color. Perfect.
People love our paint out there. They say it's like super paint because it's a mix of all the different brands.
Trying to find some other painting project just to paint something.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll get an easel and just go all Bob Ross or something. Paint some happy
trees.
Little clouds.
My wife has decided to paint on the front door black, which I think is an old door, so when I see the red door, I don't want it paint black. I have a red door now. Let's go back.
No, that was a Rolling Stones song.
Was that Rolling Stones?
Yeah.
Now I have to find it.
Now I've got it stuck in my head too, thanks.
John, you could paint this room. I could use this.
I don't have that much paint to do. I don't have that much paint.
It's kind of icky.
We have to have a special.
Yeah.
That'd be probably.
That
not
might
have
take
that stuff.
5 gallons or so there.
It's kind of a yellowy. Yeah, it's icky.
Right now, we are having our front concrete tore up right in front of the Reed store and put it on the website. Just so the
Yes.
commissioners know, our recycle room is going to be
closed for probably at least a week or two. We're still accepting waste, but people can't come out there right now. We can't, that whole front area is blocked off, and I can't have walk through a restricted area. People have to put their paint needs on hold for a little bit.
Oh, this is a great time.
Right when everyone wants to make.
Well, it's also a great time to replace concrete out front. So it's that. We were happy to have that done. We've been wanting that project done for 8 years now. Concrete out there just got tore up and solid. It's just, it's gonna look great.
Good.
We have a long one on Monday too, huh? Law board.
Potentially.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mike Bowler with the Riley County Noxious Weed and Household Hazardous Waste budget request for 2024. My budget request this year is fairly simple. In fact, it's flat with the exception of one line item. We had in our industry, we're heavily dependent on commodities and contractual services. Last year, the commissioners may recall that on my commodities line item, my seed, my fertilizer, chemical went up dramatically for a lot of different reasons for around the world, just supply chain issues in general. At that time, we've seen like a 40 or 50% increase in a lot of our commodities. We asked for a relatively
small increase in that line item. And the reason for that is I think it's important not to overreact to some of these things. And as predicted, a lot of it has slowed down a little bit. We're seeing diesel fuel go back down. Our price of chemical and fertilizer is stabilized. In some cases, it's gone back down. But unfortunately, that has a carryover effect, and that carryover effect is into our contractual services because the companies we deal with are then heavily dependent on steel prices and diesel fuel. And so although our commodities have gone down this year, the subsequent effect of that is our contractual services have gone up significantly. One of our line items, and we've seen a 30 to 35% increase, and that's with our contractual agreement with Clean Harbors to dispose of our hazardous waste. They ship our waste all over the United States when they ship them in steel containers. So those two commodities, diesel fuel, steel, dictate what they have to charge us. And so we have seen a dramatic increase with them here in the last year. Like I said, to the tune of over 30 to 35%. Having said that, in that one particular line item, we had budgeted 80,000, and I'm asking for a $10,000 increase, which if I do the math correctly, is roughly about a 12% increase. So you may ask, well, if you're seeing a 30 or 40% increase, why just a 12% increase? So a couple of things that affect that. Number one, we are in cooperation with Big Lakes. So Riley County and 10 other counties help share and split a lot of this cost, which helps some of the smaller counties afford to still be able to do this, because if those smaller counties seeing increases like we're seeing, frankly, they just wouldn't have the opportunity to do that. Second, in my staff update, I mentioned to the county commissioners that the KDHE has now stopped small quantity generator businesses from dropping off at household hazardous waste. The companies have always reimbursed Riley County for that, but the upfront cost came out of my budget and then reimbursement went into the general fund. And so I am anticipating that line item, we're going to have probably about less of $6,000 to $8,000 worth of expense in that line. So those two factors kind of really build into, not asking for a very dramatic increase. And we have been in contact with Clean Harbors, and we're seeing some movement in the area. The reality of it is, if we continue to see an increase like they are, then companies are just going to have to start holding on to hazardous waste and or producing less of it, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But if the county, this stuff comes in our front door, we don't create it. So I have a very difficult time controlling how much comes in. We're going to keep our doors open in that area, which is something we have to pay. So that's the one item that is a increase this year. And considering the cost that we've seen, I do think it's a relatively modest request. Other than that, all the other line items remain neutral from the years prior on the 3 Cs. Really, like I said, fairly straightforward. Don't mean to oversimplify it, but it doesn't need to be terribly complicated. We're just seeing some increases. I do think that we're going to see that plateau and flatten out. I just don't think the market, companies just aren't going to be able to afford 30, 40, 50, 60% increase in getting rid of the waste. They're going to start storing it or just create less of it, which then is going to drive down the market. So I think this time next year, I'll probably see that line item flat. I hope. Any questions, commissioners, about the budget? Yeah, pretty straightforward. Okay. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Done already?
Just remember, we've got 2 more days.
Someone needs to bring cookies on these days or something.
I left for something. uh,
I tried today. I thought, well, I'll run across town real quick and drop this package off. I won't have to do it later.
Well, yeah.
I would have been fine, but I must have got there right as that happened.
You must have.
Because it spun it around and stuck it in the lane and nobody could get around.
What was it, a big truck?
No, it was just a car. Somebody
Driving
came,
crazy.
I'm assuming somebody came out of one of those turns out of the stadium or something over there and smacked into somebody and spun them right into the lane.
They do spin right.
Yeah,
Drive
couldn't-
right out there pretty quick.
couldn't do anything about it. So I apologize. That wasn't my intent.
It happens. I kind of wondered if maybe you had gotten in a fender bender or something.
Yeah,
and
that's
played.
it.
I thought,
Yeah, no, it was somebody else that I did. There's just nothing you can do about it.
no, pretty not.
And it's over the lunch hour, so the rest of the traffic trying to come back, I might have still made it, but. The rest of the traffic was what it is, and we're gonna see. People are coming into town for graduation.
graduation,
Yeah,
When's that?
This
it's
week.
this weekend,
Thanks tonight.
yeah,
It's a tragedy.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
I'll be in that.
So, yeah.
David,
That means starting next week, we have more.
yeah, let's hope.
Time
It's hard to, last couple of years, I think more of the students
Yeah, it's in the state.
are sticking around, so, yeah.
It gives me an opportunity to frequent Aggie Billy, go like
Yeah.
some of the restaurants down there that,
That's
you
what
know,
we-
that I stay away from this time of year.
Yeah.
I'm missing a so long burger and
Mhm.
Well, there's a new, what is it, Burger Poo or something like that going in with the old.
Beefaroo.
Beefaroo.
They have burgers.
I was gonna say, I'm not gonna eat at a place called Burger Poof.
No.
Yeah.
Well, that's what it sounds like. to
That's
me.
that's not a good business strategy there, I'm sorry.
Yeah, they have like roast beef sandwiches, kind of like Arby's
Oh.
style.
Is
And,
that what it is?
yeah, I saw that and I had to Google it to figure out what the heck, I'd never heard
Huh.
of that.
So something.
Beefaroo.
Something's
sounds
coming,
fine,
something's
just
coming
glaze
into Coca-Colas.
Oh, it is, what?
I don't, it was a sandwich and something shop.
Really?
I saw a notice on it somewhere.
Well, good.
Well, there's a new
Good,
burger
but
place
interesting with
going-
Rockabilly right there.
Yeah, there's that new burger place going in downtown. Where,
Yeah,
where
for
V
five,
was, down
well.
Wilshire, there's a burger place.
Oh, and then there's Panera over here, the one that closed down, there's a
Oh,
Lions something. or-
yeah, I did.
My nephew in town says it's amazing,
Huh.
wherever he's had this stuff before, but I think they make like moles or something that are really good.
Yeah.
That's where is it?
Or
Where the
Panera.
old Panera, the new Panera over here that didn't last long.
Yeah, where the
by,
new Panera.
Canes.
Yeah. Or Sterling Stockade used to be.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, it lasted, what, 6 months or
Something like
something?
That's
that.
surprising that a company's big as Panera.
It's kind of like a
Couldn't make
drive-in
it last,
thing.
they couldn't make something.
Build a brand new building and then vacate it in 6 months. Yeah, I didn't understand that either.
I went in there once, I think, and they just had real limited everything.
Really?
They didn't have like, different muffins and. cookies.
Wanted to revisit, I guess, our earlier
Yeah, whatever you
conversation
guys
on that.
want to do.
I,
'Cause I
maybe I didn't understand that, or maybe I misunderstood. I wanted to take the updates and everything out of the budget and appropriations discussions and make it strictly about that. I didn't want to get rid of all of them.
Okay, I misunderstood what you said there.
I don't.
Or I didn't understand what you said there.
She was saying that, but I don't think, I wasn't.
I don't want to get rid of the other updates within our general agenda.
You mean the month, I was talking about the month.
No, I wasn't talking about
You
that.
could do, after we're done with budget, you could do 2 months. as opposed to-
No, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to get rid of all the updates and all the other clutter within the budget
Oh.
discussion itself. And
Oh, well,
appropriation.
Controlling everyone that comes up here. I mean, how are we gonna do that?
Because it's outside.
I mean, the chair's the one that has charge. We give them 10 minutes or 15, then you cut them off is what you have
Yeah.
to do, but you can't, I mean, you're not gonna be able to tell Kevin Larson's, you can limit his time, but you're not gonna be able to tell him what he can cover in it, basically. I mean, I guess you could, but staff doesn't have enough time to spend educating people on that.
I'm not talking about that. You send that out and say you need to talk about what your budget appropriation is, the comparative service.
Understand, but when they get up there and start talking about whatever they're gonna talk about, the chair has to control it.
Okay, well,
Okay,
that will change next year, then that's fine.
Mhm.
Because I don't,
That's your only control is the chair. We can tell them, but if they want to go over the 50-year history of Big Lakes developmental, then. The only place.
That's what we have those updates for to start with.
Well,
Budget needs to be about budget and appropriation, period.
yeah, because
It's tough enough to try to work through all this
The chair
process.
has to handle
I
it.
understand that.
your email said that going forward this year too, right? There's only supposed to be budgets. I think that's.
Yeah, to remind people just to speak on their budgets. That's what we did.
Okay, that's fine.
That's what we did. That's what that was, but we can correct the other part
Okay.
about.
That part was fine to
monthly
me. Yeah,
parts.
that part's fine to me. I didn't want to get rid of all of our updates and all the other stuff because it's just gonna continue to compound. We're not gonna get out in front of it. So we need to keep up with that, but I wanted to take all the other clutter out of the budget discussion and just make it about what it needs to be about in terms of that.
Yeah, the only one who can control that's the chair. Once they start speaking, we can get the message to them.
Yeah.
That's not a problem.
I think in most cases they'll get it.
Unless it's like, say, a new group like Be Able, we've never heard from. before.
Well, actually, we have heard from them. They did come in there and present already.
Last fall one.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, we told them to come back.
No, so should have gave us a number.
Well, I didn't see a number in a couple of different presentations,
Yeah, a
and
couple
that's problematic because that's what this is about.
Mhm.
Okay,
I was surprised.
I think they were Scott reached out to me earlier in the week and asked a couple of questions, and that's when I went back there. I didn't think they got clear indication of what they were supposed to do there.
Yeah,
I was at that point too late to plug it in. So,
well,
Hopefully they'll
maybe,
get us a number.
maybe on the monthly updates, it could be combined into the budget. As opposed to doing 2 or 3 times. I was thinking about staff and department heads.
I don't think
Come
your
in
two
several
peers
times.
are in total agreement on that.
no,
So I need clear direction by 2 of you. The other one's out
I
of
think
luck.
keeping the regular monthly updates, we need to
Okay.
keep that consistent
Okay,
and just. You know,
and have the budget work sessions as they are, but try and guide people to just discuss budget.
correct.
Well, I could say that at the beginning of the presentation.
And that your
Mhm.
time goes to here and then you're done.
Well, I
So
still-
far, that part hasn't been too bad, but
get a timer, allow the
Yeah.
timer to sit here.
Where's Clancy with his?
Yeah.
Got 1 minute.
not so much concerned about the time frame. I think that works out pretty well. If you go a few 2-3 minutes over trying to discuss that, that's fine. I just think when you're talking about budget and appropriation, it needs to be about budget and appropriation. When you're talking about updates, then that's fine. You can give the 50-year history, or you can give the real time. We're doing this, and this. They need to be segregated.
Well, most of these organizations are, well, they're supposed to come in quarterly and give us an update.
And
They're
they
getting
have.
money from us, right?
Generally, the ones that currently
Yeah.
have, yeah.
So we.
And there's several of them that come in there,
Those
come in there monthly. So,
In the chamber, that was because the commission asked them to do it monthly,
yeah.
years ago, so they'd be one of the ones that doesn't.
Robin usually comes in with Pawnee monthly.
Same.
And there's a couple of them that tend to do that too. So
And we can
that's
always
fine.
change any of those at any time.
I'm fine with quarterly on that. That's fine. And
Yeah, quarterly would probably be enough. With most of those groups, they have to do the quarterly.
Who's
I know.
quarterly enough, because I'm getting mixed signals again here.
Quarterly enough is.
yeah, quarterly's fine
For who?
Outside.
for everybody, for all the outside agencies.
Including chamber, including Pawnee, including,
That's, yeah. But they choose for whatever reason, they choose to do that monthly, and that's fine. If they want to do that.
Are you saying 2 different things?
No, I'm not saying 2 different things. If those organizations at least need to do it quarterly, if they want to do it monthly or within that, they can do that. That's fine. It doesn't have.
my
to be.
question is now, right now, on a regular schedule, Pawnee and chamber are scheduled monthly.
Right, and if they want to continue to do that monthly, that's fine.
So is the board fine with leaving it as is? If not, we need to
Yes.
contact them. Okay. So we'll leave it as is. So when we have these discussions, we just have to be clear, because that's how the earlier one wasn't clear.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't need all of you to agree, I just need 2 of you.
there was a time where we weren't hearing from any of those
I
agencies.
we still don't. So,
Which ones have we not heard from?
I mean, veterans, we don't hear from regularly,
Who?
the veterans group.
We only do.
Oh,
Yeah, they were here early February.
What's his name? Chuck was. always
Chuck.
there. Mhm. He was
Yeah,
there
he's-
multiple times during.
Oh,
the year.
different presentation. with one. Chuck.
Yeah.
Definitely. Definitely, man.
That's okay.
Definitely.
Okay. Okay.
But no, we can change the format of who you want scheduled whenever. We just have to have agreement amongst two of you.
Mhm. No, it was just, I wanted to make sure that we heard from them.
Yeah, we'll get them on.
Right.
Yep.
And that's been the case of I guess the middle of last year is when we did that, wasn't it?
Well, we started the year before, but some of them didn't seem to get the message clearly, so we had to remind them.
Right. It's important for us to hear from them. It's important for, the community to hear from them and what they're using those dollars for. And that's what those updates are good for. And said it doesn't have to be monthly, but if an agency, I need at least, quarterly.
Yeah,
At least
now that we
quarterly.
mentioned it, it's too bad that, Kevin, because he come in quarterly, that he didn't say something about that situation in one of his updates. Prior to us all hearing on Cayman, they're changing the sign tomorrow.
Yeah,
And like you said, people living in Manhattan don't know they're in Riley County. I think our seniors are blinded from that,
oh, yeah.
but now the people in Riley County, they welcome at Manhattan seniors.
Well, I mean, yeah, Kevin and Julie kind of went inside and were pretty quiet when that subject come up.
Well, it was just, she said she sent out an email, but I
I-
don't recall it.
I got the email. Mhm. And I think we already had the conversation about that. I kind of, I don't know,
Well, maybe.
I didn't say yay, I didn't say nay, I was just like, okay, basically, so I was aware of
Maybe
it.
you heard it at the chamber or somewhere.
No,
I don't remember it
I
here.
got the email, that was late last year.
First I'd ever heard of it's when the public announcement was made, they're
Yeah.
changing the sign.
That's what I'm thinking, maybe another organization you're at.
That's when I came in that day and said, were you all aware of this?
No, I was.
No, I remember getting it from that address.
One place to get the additional they're asking for.
But I don't think we ever got any, did any kind of vote or. anything like that.
Well,
We did get an, she said they voted on.
your board, but.
Their
Board.
board, yeah.
Yeah. So in that case, even if we were all against the change, I don't know that would have mattered.
Yeah,
I mean, I think part of the discussion that I had in the email conversation was. The city owns the building. And that was part of it, and that didn't get discussed there, I guess, but
they
amongst
don't
everything else,
contribute, right?
but they own the building.
No,
They don't do the maintenance on the building then.
no, they pay for their own, I believe.
Huh, that's interesting.
Should be.
Okay, I do remember getting an email from them when they were talking about it.
And she led us to believe that all of you got emails, so the other two, I don't think said they got one.
Okay.
I'm not saying I didn't.
It's a lot of emails.
Well, she said one responded, so that must have been me.
Said one responded positively.
Positive
One
one.
responded.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
Yeah, I
Okay.
caught that too.
Okay, I didn't- Well, I guess I didn't say no, but I didn't necessarily say yeah either, so take that as you will, but I was just kind of like, oh, okay, appreciate the heads up. Maybe I should have taken that a little bit more to heart, I guess, maybe I don't know.
Come on in and explain this.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah, well, I think the message that everyone was surprised and not maybe particularly happy about it. Doesn't surprise me where it initiated.
Mhm. Okay,
Okay, anybody ready to leave?
I kind of am at this
Greg
point.
didn't sound like it.
Greg wants to go all night.
That might be a situation where the minority is just on your own on that.
I will not vote against adjournment.
It's gonna say, congratulations to all the graduates. Be safe out there. Don't be dumb over the weekend, please. Can't believe I'm saying that because I have been there myself, but nonetheless, and go Batcats over the weekend, fighting for an NCAA regional. One publication got us ranked 15th. So we'll see how it goes. Be nice to have a home regional. Have to do
Went
good.
to those games. 13, we had 3 us here.
Mhm. And we played Oregon State and we came within 2 outs, making it to the College World Series that year.
I remember that.
Mhm.
Started out with a loss and came back.
Mhm. Went pretty handily in game 2 and we were ahead 7th inning in game 3 and it kind of fell apart. So happens.
Ran out of pitching.
Yep. Yep. Okay, well, with that said, I guess I'll go ahead and make a motion to adjourn the May 11th meeting of the Riley County Commission.
Second.
Second to adjourn